Alright, check 1 2, check 1 2. I updated a bunch of things on my OBS, so I'm not sure how well this is gonna work out. But yeah, anyway, hi guys, welcome. Hey Smexy yes, we are playing Limbus today. I am slowly but surely catching up on Kanto 8. Today we're gonna be doing the other half of Intervallo 5, and when I say the other half, I'm talking about this nocturnal sweeping, which I'm assuming it's about sweepers. But yeah. Also, I'm not sure if you noticed, but we have now live translations on stream. I used to have live translations at one point. I'm trying to get that back, but it's a little bit finicky. I don't really like how it works sometimes. So it's a work in progress, let's just say. I need to adjust this a little bit. It's a little bit lower than I expected. We'll see. Okay. Yeah. Recently beat Railway 5. Don't go there unless you want to get your butt handed. I haven't actually tried any of the railways except for maybe the first two that showed up a really long time ago. Is this Railway 5 right here? No, I'm still on. Oh, wait. There's line 1. And then there's line 5. Uptie 4, level 50, thread spinning 4. Okay. I don't know. What do we get anything in particular for? Oh, we do get some rewards. I guess I should try. I'm not gonna do this tonight though, just because I know these take a while, and the story for any of the counterparts also take a while. Is there a time limit to this, or can I just do this anytime? If there's no time limit, I'll just take my time on this and not worry about it. But if if there is a time limit, maybe I'll set aside some time for it. Maybe. But yeah. Once Railway 6 comes out, Railway 5 is shut down. When is Railway 6 planned to come out? All I know is we're gonna be getting Kanto 9, hopefully before the end of the year, which is in a few weeks. But I don't think I'll be able to finish Kanto 8 in what little time we have left. I might be able to get like 2/3 of the way through Kanto 8, but then there's still the Intervallos to do after that. No, it's just that the only reason why I say I don't know what to expect is because for nocturnal sweeping, the the thumbnail for that isn't really indicative of anything in particular. So that's why I say that. Don't bring a sinking team. Don't worry about it. We're gonna be using the best team ever. We're gonna be bringing Hong Lu. We're gonna be bringing Hong Lu and his squad because that's just too OP not to do so. It's easy. Why wouldn't I do it? So I'll keep using it until it's not effective. Though I guess syncing is good for certain things. It's just not good for every little thing. Let me see your sinners. Okay. Well, I guess if you haven't seen them before, here you go. This is my main. This is my main team setup. I know it's a little bit overpowered, but it does the job, and if I don't need them to do anything else. Do you stream multi-platform? I'm trying to stream also to Twitch. Whether and how well that works, that's a different story. I don't really know, but you know, that's really about it. I try to also stream to Twitch, and I think I got it working this time, but I can't what do you call this? I can't monitor it because for some reason the video player isn't showing up. Do you not have Mao Otis? Mao Otis? Hold up, there's something I need to check with the Twitch stream really quick. I don't think I have Mao Otis. I do not. It seems I do not. The only one I don't, but I like G Corp Otis though, because that one does have pretty decent what do you call this? Support from the back row. Let me check something on the Twitch side really quick. I don't know why it's doing things. Unstable average stream bit rate is too high. What is the bit rate I need for Twitch? Oh, they want me to use lower. How do I change it to be lower? I can see both of you. If either of you were banned, I could not see either of you, so I don't know what's going on. I just need to check something in the settings. I didn't realize I was gonna do this. Is there a way to limit it, I guess? Oh wait, I think I know what might be the issue. If it lets me check this. I see. What if I lower that down? Can I change the bitrate midstream? Is that actually a thing I can do? Okay, I lowered the bitrate midstream. Hey Show Cliff? I don't think I have Hey Show Cliff. Let me double check. Actually I do. Actually I do. I don't know anything about Hey Show Cliff though. Like, I'm assuming most of the chickens aren't really that great if I'm basing it off Sinclair. Probably the worst thing to base it off of. I feel like Chicken Sinclair isn't really that great. I could be wrong. Hey Show Sinclair, but better in every way. What is the purpose of Hey Show Sinclair? I need to double check something. Twitch maximum bitrate. I see. Maybe I should lower it down just a little bit more. We are streaming at 6,000 bitrate, and apparently that's too much for Twitch. We'll do 4,000. How did it get to 5,000? How did it get to 10,000? They're both really good DPS, really. Wouldn't have guessed. I need to figure out how to alternate you guys' colors, because it is running into each other and I cannot tell who's who. Low-key wondering if I should save upon Dawn shards or Yisang shards. Well, here's the thing. It doesn't matter if you save Dawn shards or Yisang shards. By the time the next what do you call this? What do they call it? Season. And by the time the next season comes, all your shards and boxes are gonna be cut in half, and they're gonna be converted into threads. So there's no sense in saving. Just use them when you need to. Of course I got Dawn with her ego. Queen of Hatred, Dawn and the ego. It's the best. I just need the rest of the magical girls. We need which one? Which one else do we need? We need King of Greed, and we also need Servant of Wrath wasn't part of Lobotomy Corp. That was a Ruina thing, so I don't know if we're gonna get Servant of Wrath. But it would be nice to get basically all of them. Imagine if you have all 4 magical girl egos in the team though. Would you get the clown at that point? Or would the clown be a separate ego? Because we never got any. No, we did get clown egos in Ruina, but that was super hard to trigger. For me, it was pretty hard to trigger. I don't know about in general. Unless, of course, you set up the team in such a way that, you know, it would work out. I am gonna reset Twitch really quick because it does not seem to like it. Hold up. Stop the stream, the Twitch stream, and then we're gonna reset the Twitch stream. Like I said, when is Railway 6 coming out? That's the main thing I need to know. When is Railway 6 coming out? I am trying to stream on Twitch, but Twitch is not letting me stream there for whatever reason. And I do not know why. Does it work now? No, it's off. Okay, let's try turning that thing back on. So we're doing a little bit of troubleshooting here because there's no other way to do it. I think it doesn't work. Poor connection detected. Average bit stream too high. Still? Oh no, it works now. I think it works now. It just doesn't like my connection. There we go. Alright. Well, pick your poison. Pick Twitch or pick YouTube. Prefer to keep it. I prefer to keep them separate if possible, but you probably already know this. YouTube is the main, okay? YouTube is the main. Twitch is just it's a trial thing. Basically a trial thing. I say that, but I've been like in and out of Twitch for a while now. But I don't know, it's maybe I'll try to do that more consistently these days and see how that works out. Content creator of the year? Are you talking about in Twitch I don't keep up with it, but I did see something along the lines of who was the best VTuber? Someone who's not a VTuber. That's the one who won. That's about it. Which is funny, but also I know we just don't need it in general. There's no reason to have a there's no reason to have those kinds of awards. Same thing for in the Game Awards. They did have a content creator section for the Game Awards, and congrats to Moist Critical for getting that. I don't know if anyone cares that much, but I was hoping to get Sakura Miko at least on the board for representing all the Hololive fans and even non-Hololive fans out there. But that's it. That's it. There's gotta be a way to alternate you guys' colors because it's all showing the same color and you guys are starting to blend in. Unlike when I use the other chat and at least I can see what is this? I can see the Your icons. Oh, that's right. That's what's happening. I cannot see your icons, your avatars on the new chat box I'm using to monitor this. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm gonna have to use something else then, because that's just too confusing. It's easier for me to look at the picture, your guys' pictures, and what do you call this? Figure out who's who, rather than read the name. I need both. I need both. Last Warpagis, you got 3 announcers. Oof. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't think that's a good thing. Last Walpurgis, I shouldn't have rolled at all, because honestly, I feel like Gregor, what is he right now? Which Gregor is this? Night Owl's Gregor is alright, but not really that great, at least not compared to the magical girls when we got them. But I also haven't tried Ishmael's Hanafuda ID. So I mean, announcers that are just there for funsies, basically. They're just there for funsies. Yeah, there's no showing your icons on the chat box I'm looking at over here, and that bugs me to heck. I'm gonna have to use a alternative chat box, which I hopefully can use with all the stuff that's hopefully associated with that. Gonna give that a try. I'm gonna close this chat box I'm currently using and use a different one and hope that works. Actually, no, we keep them both open. Why would I keep them both open? I'm gonna keep them both open. Maybe one has some special functions I just don't know about. Yeah, let's close that one. Bring this out. You're not gonna see anything I'm doing in the back. This is just for me and my monitoring purposes while I stream. And it's a very weird workflow that I've got going on right now because I'm not used to this. Alright. Okay, I think I'm more or less set up now though. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and get started with the Intervallo. And that's probably gonna take 4 hours because the regular checkup also took 4 hours. So, yeah. Let's go ahead and get started on that. And I'm gonna go into my box so that I don't cover too much up here. So I'm gonna disappear here. And my box is... No, that's not the box. This one's my box. There we go. Alright, let's get started. Happy New Year! Wait, this didn't come out New Year last year, right? This was like in the middle of the year. So why is this Happy New Year? Unless... How many Kantos did we get this year? Dante, any idea where the leftover cake from yesterday went? No idea. I mean, why would I know? I can't even eat. Darn. Did Donkey already get her paws on him? Rhodia rubbed her tired eyes, muttered something about how we should have partied in her room instead, and stumbled to the back door. 2 Kantos? Oh yeah! Oh, I think we got Kanto 6 earlier this year, right? That wasn't last year, that was earlier this year. Right. Wait. Hold up, there's there we go. The New Year's came swiftly to the inhabitants of the bus after the various incidents at the LCE. And then for some reason we got a flashback. The sinners all came from different backgrounds and parts of the city, but annual celebration for New Year seemed to be a thread that connected their cultures together. They began floating the idea of a New Year's party and... Excellent! Then permit me the honor of hosting this banquet. With her usual overdramatic boast coupled with a familiar twinkle in her eyes, Don Quixote declared that there would indeed be a New Year's party, and thus it was decided. Again? After all the hell we went through with the backdoor and whatnot for the out-of-season Christmas celebration? Yet I must insist, for 'twas but an effort to decorate the bus, the intent quite divorced from the act of celebration. Don Quixote glanced at Sinclair, sheepishly scratching the back of her head. Huh? Oh, don't worry about me, really. Well, 'tis true that mine actions have brought thee quite the distress. Unintentionally, I might add, thus I ask thee, would thou not agree that a communal event to mark the occasion might freshen both our spirits and bodies? I can't even begin to imagine her amnesiac self even taking a moment to give a damn about how Sinclair might take it, but I guess with memory came tact. I mean, I guess if this was Don Quixote pre-Sancho awakening, she wouldn't have remembered, I guess, what happened to Sinclair's family when his Kanto came around on Christmas. Yeah, that happened. She's a little bit more careful, I guess. You know, it's our first New Year's together. It sure is an occasion for a celebration, huh? Gotta hear that bell go ding to really mark the transition to a new year, right? It seems that we shall be welcoming the first light of the new year in company of one another. This is indeed a cause for celebration. A bowl of noodles before the last night of the new year fades. Classic. Oh wow, you're actually normal this time. Sub, such bubbling enthusiasm from ye warmeth mine own heart. Forsooth, the grandiosity of this banquet shall be one for the books. Brilliant fireworks most brilliant, enough delicacies too. Sharon, where's our next stop? Meth will be running non-stop for 3 days at least. Only dum-dums stop at on a fast road. So she says. What was that about? What was that smug face about? Fee, for next year's celebration, the banquet shall be prepared ere the promised hour. Don Quixote's idea of a grand banquet depressingly fizzled into nothingness, but Rhodia brought out the cakes and cookies she stashed in her room, so we could at least hold a small celebration for the New Year's together. After that, we all stayed up together, watched the New Year's first sunrise briefly paint the city in gold, then retired to sleep. Dang, what is Virgilius' problem? We just wanted a little celebration. I'm pretty sure he could handle a little bit of that. Where are we? What is this? That's a big block of something. When everyone woke up, rubbing their tired eyes, the world outside the bus had completely transformed. There was a behemoth of a structure, bizarre in its presence, and its walls seemingly made of gargantuan steel plates. H Corp? We're in H. This is H Corp stuff? So, is this Hong Kong? Because I think I remember Hong Kong kind of looking like this, especially in Kowloon. The sinners began to voice their surprise. Appropriately so, as what came into view was different from any of the nests we'd passed by on our journey thus far. Is that massive structure all one building? If that whole thing's the nest, then where the hell's the back streets? That's big enough to cover H-Corp's territory and then some. Well, there he goes again. Asking dumb questions without ever taking a peep at the guidebook. That's not the nest. That huge box you see over there, that's District 8. We call it Hongyan? The vast garden here at H-Corp. The nest lies within the center of the structure, and the back streets without. So they squeeze the entire population of this district in there? Do they just not get a ray of sunlight all year round? Huh. Well, at least they won't have to worry about the rain. Ah, prithee, avail me a sight as well. As the sinners began to gather one by one at the other side of the bus, as the sinners began to gather one by one at the other side of the bus, stirred awake from their late night's rest, I felt my gaze drawn towards Honglu. I looked for signs of concern or distress on his face, worried. It wasn't exactly something unique to Honglu, but the stories about his past home life we've heard throughout the year, whenever he felt like sharing them, were all consistently and terribly depressing. It's not such a bad place once you actually try living here for a while. But his lips, ever so slightly curled upward into a kindly and relaxed smile, are making the same expression as ever. An expression that hasn't changed at all since our first meeting. Maybe it's just a cultural difference. Kinda like Honglu can be so nonchalant about things that should give people most pause, but... Actually, no. I'm not helping anyone or anything by entertaining these thoughts. My job at this moment is to keep a close eye on Honglu, more so than usual. And if the time comes for me to help him, as the manager, I'll give it my all. Besides... Whoa, this thing's even bigger up close. Yeah, that's how mountains look up close. Verily, I carry no recollection of such a structure so grand, even in past adventures of mine. If my efforts aren't enough, I know I can trust the sinners to lend me a hand. Hey, let me see too. I collected my thoughts and approached the sinners who were flattened up against the glass window to get a good view. And there we go. So now we're in H-Corp. Oh, of course, as soon as we get into H-Corp, we get into a fight. With who? I guess it doesn't matter. We're gonna... Oh, we can use up to 12? Sure, I guess we'll just go ahead and do that. Let's put you guys in the back row. Why not?
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
Once we left the bus. Ah, man, I can't believe we had to get off the bus here. We have to make a formal complaint against H-Corp. We have to make a formal complaint against H-Corp for this crap. What the hell were they thinking doing shoddy construction work at the entrance of the highway that leads straight into the nest? Many causes there may be to such construction projects, yet perhaps an early warning sign ere our approach to the site would have been sensible addition. What's going on? He's saying. Were it not for young Karens? I am so out of it today. Were it not for young Karen's most valiant driving, I shudder to even imagine the terrible possibilities. It would have been a most awful end to an adventure. It's no surprise that the sinners all had a piece of their mind to speak. As we drove up to the entryway, we unexpectedly came across a mess of badly put together steel plates blocking our path in the middle of the road. Karen clearly spun the bus around, which meant that everyone ended up being thrown about like rag dolls. Oh, so that's what happened. That's what happened. Good thing there was another road off the highway that leads into the city, right? I bet Karen would have tried to reverse gear all the way back to the last interchange. But it looks like we'll be going through all these winding alleyways to get to the nest. It's so dark in here. Yeah. We were greeted by a dark street upon disembarking from the bus, illuminated only by the faint strands of light. It was immediately obvious that we found ourselves in the back streets of H Corp. Looks pretty massive from the outside, but it's no different from the other back streets inside, huh? It's kind of fancy. Well, I guess fancy if you like that Chinese busy shopping district kind of vibe. Yep, it's a familiar sight. Gotta say, it's getting real old. I ask thee, is the nest of this district shrouded in such darkness as well? No, these particular sites are limited to the backstreets of District 8. The backstreets of this district weren't very different from the other ones we visited in the past. People hurrying through the streets as though they were being chased by something, people scowling and glaring at the ground with some sickness of discomfort, scenes all too common in every corner of the city. So despair. There was one thing about this place that stood out from the other districts, however. They're kind of reminding me of the former G Corp soldiers back at District 4. What? What do you mean? You mean those fellas? The growths on their flesh appeared too organic to be prosthetics. Some of them had odd protrusions or nodules bulging from their skin as well. Yeah, it could be warts. Not at all, Manager Bud. Look, they haven't all mutated into the same pattern, like into an insectoid form, for example. Well, I guess I should commend you for not looking at them through a biased lens. You are observing the aftermath of District 8's distinctive method of treatment. Oh, so this is where the rumors about the bluish healing ointment came from, huh? Apparently they can cure any flesh wound after just one night dressed in bandages? It seems that certain misconceptions must be addressed. They are the variations of H Corp's singularity, the bolus. The bolus? She is likely referring to medicines brewed and kneaded into ball-shaped pills. Correct. H Corp, or the Hongyun Bioengineering Group, mainly manufactures boluses that contain essences of treatment. The boluses may be taken orally, ground into water into a paste, and applied directly to the affected area, or dissolved in water, soaked into bandages and wrapped around the necessary area for treatment. Okay, I mean, I've definitely seen some of the ball-type pills before. I know Korea has ball-type ginseng pills, but I don't think I've seen the other medical types. I guess rumors transform as they travel. Oh, I see. I was just thinking about how they do things back at the K-Corp. The focus of K-Corp's technology is the reversal or recovery of one's conditions. Returning to the original state is the key word in the treatment. It is no rare sight to oh geez, she is doing her thing. It is no rare sight to find unique techniques and technology developed independently by the inhabitants of the backstreets of District 8, using the manufactured boluses. The treatments are not individually customized for each patient. Instead, their focus is on selecting the appropriate technique from a myriad of choices to address the deficiencies in their statuses. So this is basically Chinese medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine with all the different weird ingredients, depending on what you got going on with you. They pick the different little ingredients like mushrooms, some herbs, maybe some spices, some starfish or seahorses, depending on what it is. Except in this case, it seems to be in pill form? Perhaps one could choose the words transformation or evolution as a more illustrative descriptor for their method of treatment. So, that's what counts as treated? The crowd Sinclair was pointing at certainly appeared unhurt, as none of them were bleeding or walking with a limp, but many of them appeared dazed, staring blankly at nothing, or scratching absentmindedly at their mutated parts. Christmas Rodeon, I saw the announcement. I didn't actually see the... Oh no, wait, I did see the demonstration for it. Isn't Christmas Rodeon just basically reindeer? R-Corp reindeer? Yeah. They must be the regulars. Unexpectedly, we found our answer not from Faust, not from Ursaw, but from Honglu. The regulars? Yes, I've heard of them as a child. People who've grown too accustomed to visiting the clinics in search for their mystical treatments. The regulars might appear more intimidating than most people at first glance, but apparently all the side effects they've been stacking changes them in strange ways. It is likely that interoperation conflicts or issues will arise when applying highly disparate treatment methods to a single body. This is why you don't go to different doctors trying to get for a second opinion. It's gonna just mess you up. At least it's a cheaper alternative for people who didn't sign up for their life insurance. You speak of life insurance. Yes, life insurance. There's a special insurance option to bring the client back to life upon the event of their death. So the irony isn't lost on me, but I thought resurrecting people was one of the head's taboos. Sec. I'm feeling a sneeze coming on. Ah, jeez. I was holding that back for so long. Alright, I think I'm ready. The head does not consider the revival via life insurance to be a violation of their non-resurrection taboo. It is likely that, on a technical level, this revival is actually categorized as brain resuscitation as opposed to a full resuscitation. Resurrection. Degradation of its functions considered, of course. Another fatal downside to this technology is that, unlike the manager's clock winding, the subject cannot be brought back if the brain is destroyed. Also, there's a risk of significant losses in the process of information transference. So they lose some memories, I'm guessing? If they through the life insurance thing, is that correct? That's what I'm getting. Losses, huh? So maybe some of their mutations could be more than just the side effects of these treatments. Maybe, but I heard it takes more than 1 or 2 revivals to change that much. And since apparently people in the backstreets could never even dream of paying consistent insurance renewal rates, so after all, who would sign up for insurance if using its services would reduce them to such pitiful states? Yeah, they appear pathetic and pitiful to you rich bastards, don't they? I was wondering who's talking. I'm guessing we got a syndicate here. You'll soon be in the same boat as them, so save some pity for yourself. Identify yourself. The stranger's voice cut through our discussion like a foreign instrument. We turned around to find a large group of people who were clearly up to no good. Clearly. You must be the young master of that high and mighty Jia family, huh? I can tell just by looking at your pretty face. Your friends, Honglu? No. I haven't had much chance to get acquainted with people from the backstreets, so... Nope, I've never met them before. Of course you haven't. Too busy living large, playing gods in a whole different world from us plebs, huh? Not that it matters. We're just here to take the thing you brought here for submission to the family hierarch evaluation. The what evaluation? Okay, there's clearly been a misunderstanding. There's quite a lot of them. We're not off to a great start here, huh, man? Actually, no. It'd be a violation of our office's core values to jump them like we're some common thugs. Oh, you're from an office. I, Shan-san, third son of the Triax office, challenge Jia Baoyu of the Jia family to a duel. Our wager will be that the winner can take anything they want from the loser. Wait, what do you mean a duel? Oh, jeez. Are we gonna do this? Are you gonna do this? Oh, jeez, I can't do the Yu-Gi-Oh duel thing. But that also triggers a Don Quixote's duel thing. Wait, did I mute myself by accident? Don't calm down, Don. No duels this time. I have heard tales that duels of the Honorable Fixers of the Sync Association Eastern Branch announced their intent to duel by stating their affiliation and name, instead of casting their gauntlets. And the pamphlet of that young Ishmael had presented before me earlier presented the truth that the Triax office is indeed an office of the East, though they are indeed of a lesser quality. It is a true, genuine, accurate declaration of a duel that we behold. Yes. Any fixer facts, she knows. What do you mean an office of lesser quality? You shouldn't say that in front of their faces. That's kind of rude. So just a fancy way of saying 1v1 me, let's go, innit? I mean, this guy doesn't look too tough. What do you think, Faust? Agreed. This individual does not seem to possess any particularly exceptional skill that may pose difficulties for Honglu. I think it's going to be okay. I'll be back in a minute, Dante. You sure this is okay? I don't think you're gonna lose against him, but, you know, just in case. No worries. I have some childhood experience with duels myself. I've done about 10 of them, I think. So the rich boy's dabbled in some duels, has he? It's... I think you misunderstand. I meant to say that I've done about 10 of them a day. Oh, but grandmother sometimes let me skip them, so it might have been slightly fewer than that on some days. Whoa, what? I, Honglu of Limbus Company. No. I, Baoyu of the Jia family, accept this duel. Honglu stepped forward and confidently as the opponent was processing what he just heard. For a moment, Honglu stood there in a stance that did not express even a hint of aggression, before curiously cocking his head to the side. Sorry. Are we waiting for something? Oh, so... I always let the opponent get the first 2 moves in duels. Please don't hesitate. Let me? You little... Your cocky pride shall be your downfall. The man who introduced himself as Shan-san leapt towards Honglu. Then, after about a minute... How is this happening? Unlike Shan-san, who was throwing punches and swings with boiling hot passion, Honglu was effortlessly gliding between his opponent's strikes like he was out on a picnic. As though this was but a leisurely stroll through a garden. Whenever Shan-san threw a powerful punch, Honglu redirected it to the side with ease, the fist only grazing his clothes. We were mesmerized by the feathery light movements of his hands and feet that effortlessly glided through the air, until, after one blink and you'll miss it moment, we realized that Shan-san was already face down on the ground, defeated, also a little bit bloody. Well, Honglu's not rage baiting on purpose. He's unintentionally rage baiting because he doesn't know how else to express himself. Oh, young Honglu, hast thou been considering thy full strength in our presence? Oh no, I wouldn't say that. I always put my all into every fight. Yet, to defeat this foe so soundly, to dance with such grace between his strikes is... 'Twas as though thou wert dueling someone whose skill may only measure against a child. Because they weren't that good? Yeah, they weren't that good. But most of our fights happen in environments with lots of variables, and we usually fight against enemies with all kinds of unexpected weapons and powers. You read him. Already familiar with that fool's moves. Oh, yes. One of my Biwu instructors used similar techniques as this gentleman here. Practice makes perfect, and perfection makes an expert, right? Right, but I'm not sure if that's entirely relevant here. Well, he's still alive at least. Well, anyway, it looks to me that he soundly kicked your behind in this duel. Let us through, why don't you? And preferably not do the thing I think you're about to do. This duel wasn't overseen by notary office anyway, and our employer's not gonna let this failure slide if we just leave. Don't just sit there. Move your asses and jump them. Pathetic. I can kinda see how we're becoming experts at getting jumped. With a bitter cry of the defeated, his gang rushed towards us. And that's where the fight starts. I was kind of wondering, if this is a duel, why don't we have Honglu just do it solo? I see. This is the situation we get ourselves into. Alright. Alright, so let's do a little counter here. You know what? I don't think I've actually looked at this Ryoshu doing anything whenever I did use her. So I'm not quite sure what Ryoshu does except for saving someone like once per battle? I don't know if that really makes a huge difference. And I guess she's really only there to save Honglu, and only Honglu. It's like Honglu dying, Ryoshu keeps on saving Honglu. I really do. I'm bad at reading. I am super bad at reading. This really isn't a great start, fellas. It's never easy, is it? Hey, at least we got a nice warm-up. It wasn't all bad. I don't know. This seems more serious than our usual street brawls. Ishmael's right. They weren't your everyday thugs who pick fights with random people for no good reason. They were contracted by someone to specifically target and eliminate Honglu. And given how open they were about their intent, calling it a contract, it doesn't seem like whoever gave the contract was exactly going for subtlety. Then maybe there's what Jihashi Shun was talking about way back when she mentioned surviving as heirs? Whoever's behind this must have a bone to pick with Honglu. Indeed, it seems that we must expect more skirmishes like this going forward. Alas! Was this trial not readily overcome? Not the point. Think on it a little more. Seems like they're assuming that Honglu's brought something here in order to participate in that family hierarchy evaluation. Then there's no reason to assume that we've seen the last of them. They're gonna try again to take out the competition. A highly accurate assessment of the situation by the executive manager. I expected no less from someone of your genius. Going for the classics of brown-nosing today, Otis. Since when was it brown-nosing to compliment a job well done? Do you not expect? This inane conversation is most riveting, but I would prefer some silence while we wait. It seems that the company foresaw such difficulties. They've sent you a support team to help handle the situation. Really? We need support here? Hey GNG, welcome. Glaze have no bounds? It doesn't. Then again, there's Otis, the glaze queen. We heard voices coming from behind us, from where Virgilius is pointed. You guys still haven't learned how to stick to the plan, have you? Who is this? It really threw me off when I was told to meet you in some backstreets location away from our agreed rendezvous point. A familiar voice. A voice we could not forget. Oh, it's Sod. I don't remember how Sod sounded like when I did her. Been a while, everyone. Oh, hey, you're still alive? I thought you died in U-Corp. No, he survived U-Corp. I'm surprised you're still alive, actually. Hi, I'm here too. We turned around to follow where the voice was coming from and recognized the two people we've been hoping to see again. Let's see.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군.
I mean, in a place where people are gonna die left and right,
세월이 지나면
I feel like it's expected.
공모는 그제야 알게 되겠지.
Is it Sod? And hey, pilot, right? What's wrong? It's like It's like you're all looking at a ghost. Pilot, didn't you tell me that you shared my news with them the last time? Right. I guess the last time we saw her was in all the way back in Kanto 3? That was a long time ago. Which basically her and I forgot who the other partner was. Looked like they were pretty much dead. She survived somehow miraculously. I forgot if the other person survived. I think they died. Unless someone can tell me otherwise. I feel like she seemed like she was gonna die. Having fun always. Oh wait, yeah. I did. I sure did, ma'am. Oh yeah, he did. The sinners each recovered from the initial shock of seeing them again. And soon their faces began to bloom with relieved smiles. Well, good to see that things haven't changed much around here. Sod, we're so glad to see you're okay. Tick-tock to you too. Good to see your gears are turning just fine. Sod smiled with a familiar grin. She did not seem to have changed much since the last time we met, save for a few minor differences. What minor differences? I'm not really seeing it. Her outfit and her badge, for example. Oh, I guess. Last I recall, you were promoted, yes? Allow me to congratulate you. Yeah. Or the hints of melancholy hanging from her smile and flickering in her eyes. Hey, I am merely congratulating her on her promotion, offering a recognition of her excellent accomplishments. I don't see what your problem is here. But we all know the meaning that promotion carries. Indeed, and it is very profound. After all, what meaning is there to a promotion attained without spilling some blood? Otis, do you remember her partner? I think her partner is dead. Yeah. You're a real piece of work. Let me ask you something then. If everyone behaves like you do around her, tiptoeing around the facts, keeping it hush-hush about what happened, where is she going to get the bare minimum of the recognition and consolation she deserves? Hush-hush would have been nice. I've even overheard some of them whisper that I let my partner die so I can snag a promotion. So in that regard, I appreciate that, Otis. If we're being technical, I did die. Except my brain was intact. Not even K-Corp's regenerative ampules could have revived me if it wasn't. Then did Effie also... Apparently they went right for Effie's head when they stabbed him with a prosthetic. According to the coroner's autopsy. Okay, so someone did die. A-Corp ampules, life insurance. Neither of them can revive someone with a damaged brain. It is what it is. Anyway, for that little short sad music. Anyways, let's not dwell on the depressing stuff. We're here for work. Let's get some work done. So let's talk about work, okay? Pilot? Yes, ma'am. Well, let's see here. Coincidentally, I happen to make friends with a feller. Really? We're going with that. I happen to make friends with a feller who has ties to the Gia family, so I brought him over. Okay. Hey, is that everything? Yes, sir. Briefing over. Just as everyone was reeling in stunned silence at the least informative, least helpful briefing we ever had the displeasure of sitting through, Ishmael was the first to catch herself. She looked up at Sod. I mean, this could have been an email, but... Sod, can we rely on you for some elaboration here? The briefing was a good demonstration of the necessity of educating the 5 W's and 1 H principle. Who, what, when, where, how. Looks like we'll have a lot to discuss once we get back, Pilot. Really? Was that so bad? That was to the point. But yes, that could have been an email. Who, what, when, where, why, how. Okay. Did I do something wrong? Shh. Pilot, buddy, just stop. You're digging yourself deeper. You're digging yourself a deeper hole with every word. Gregor quickly leaned in to warn Pilot, but it was likely too late. A nigh unnoticeable crease had already formed between Sod's brows. Prior to commencing this high-priority operation, it was necessary for us to find individuals with connections to H-Corp. So, we as a preliminary observation unit were put to the task, and we managed to establish a connection with an individual. So, okay, probably lead with that first and then go for the rest of it. Oh, someone from my family? No, we tried, but your family proved to be a rather difficult nut to crack. However, as we were wasting our precious time with all of our leads, Pilot pursued an unconventional method to establish this connection. I really didn't hold back on compliments then, and this is how you... Our collaborator is a former employee of the Gia family. After leaving the family, he now runs a lodging business. Then it is likely that he is far removed from the family politics. Less motivation for him to attack us due to conflicting interests. Yes, and according to Pilot's report, he still regards the Gia family positively. How can I not, considering the blessings they have given me? Who is this? An unfamiliar voice butted into the conversation as though to continue Sod's explanations. Oh, a really looking normal guy. King Tao? I humbly present myself before the fellowship of young Master Bao Yu. Please, call me King Tao. Or is it Xing Tao? I don't know Chinese. He greeted us in the most polite fashion before bringing his hands together in an odd motion. Oh, is this how people greet each other here? Yep, it's called the Bao Quan gesture, bringing fist and palm together to express respect and peace toward the receiver. Aha! Knights greet one another by shaking their hands for the self-same purpose. Forsooth, thou art indeed one possessed of a chivalrous spirit. Indeed. Much should I worry about the qualities of the people young master has surrounded himself with. I see that he is in company of those wise in the ways of the West. I prostrate myself before the vast breadth of your knowledge. What grand generosity it is to open ajar the waterways of wisdom to quench my barren lands. What are you talking about? Something feels familiar about this. Nah, she's been getting less and less verbose with bootlicking these days. Not like this guy, for sure. That's true. He's kind of like... How should I put this? A bit much. What are you guys talking about? Communicating only by the sound of a ticking clock. this is something I had already known ahead of time, yet... What a most curious exchange to behold in person. Brief this journey may be, yet I shall find myself thoroughly entertained in its entirety. Maybe it's a subtle sprinkle of disrespect that reminds you of the usual flavor. Wait, is this about me? You dare. Ahem. Was all that bootlicking she did supposed to be a source of pride for her or something? I suppose. I feel like Otis is still gonna stab us in the back in the future somehow, but I don't know how that's gonna turn out. Otis shook her head with clear distaste and strode toward me. We are nothing alike, Executive Manager. Never have I once said such empty flattery in your presence, filled with nothing but hot air and superlatives, really now. I'll leave the guidance of these back streets to him. Well, looks like this is where... Sod fell silent, her eyes lingering on Virgilius, who stood somewhat apart from the rest of us. So I finally get to meet the Red Gaze in the flesh. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Effie would have loved to be here. Manager. Okay. Virgilius seemed to sense her lingering gaze and walked towards us after nodding slightly in her direction. What is Otis based off? I think it's supposed to be Odysseus, but I'm not entirely sure. Manager Sod, let's not make this any longer than it has to be. I'm not happy to be helping you with your businesses. I'd much rather put this behind me as soon as possible. Oh please, it's our historic first collaborative operation, isn't it? Can't you spare a little more time with us? The guide bud's actually doing something? That guy? Yes, unfortunately. LCC has our own business to take care of today, so I won't be accompanying the LCB this time, and the Red Gates will be helping us out to get it done. Taking Mephi there. Vroom vroom. Maybe it's not that unfortunate now that I think about it. I feel like every mission with the LCB's always been an uphill battle to get anything done. Well, you see, back then we were... Just messing with you. I'm sure we have another chance to work together again. Boss, we don't got much time. Wait, before you go, I think you owe us some explanation, Virgilius. I will leave the details to Miss Faust. I am quite busy. Very well. Virgilius turned around and left toward Mephistopheles with an oddly disgruntled expression. Well then, I'll see you around. Next time, I'll show you. I'll show you that I can carry my own weight. You know, oh boy, last time we met I really was so darn pathetic. Pilot, competence is shown through action, not words. Sod and Pilot gave us a light nod before following Virgilius. Some sinners opened their mouths to speak, hesitated, then closed them again. We let them go without a word. Perhaps we didn't know what we could say to not make this an awkward farewell. Very well, please, this way. Or maybe we were simply mindful of this guy who was responsible for the quality of our stay. Okay, we found a guide. Yay. I guess not found a guide, we have a guide. It's a little bit different. Ambush. And everyone can join in. Yay.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
Deep resentment sought to be washed away. This is a singing voice. How do I do a singing voice? What's even the tune of this? For when the far one comes, betwixt the burnt doors shall a star fall astray. Are you sure we're going the right way? I don't like the sound of these weird songs. The main streets are most likely teeming with those seeking to bring harm to the young master. We must venture an alternative. And like he said, there weren't any skirmishes once we made it deeper into the dark alleyways. The lack of foot traffic would normally be unsettling, but I guess that's what we needed at this moment. As for the song, it's a song that's become popular in the backstreets in the recent months. The lyrics are ominous for a popular song. It's a song that spread through word of mouth. It sings of how they annihilated Kong family. This is not the place to discuss such matters. I will share the tale in a more appropriate setting later, should we come across it. Didn't know there was a song like that. Is this your first time hearing it too, Honglu? He's a posh git from a posh family. I doubt he's ever set his precious feet in the back streets, so it's no wonder he's never heard anything like it. I haven't been to the back streets before, but Heathcliff isn't wrong. I did spend most of my time in my room. That is precisely because you were the most treasured one of them all, young master. Much like how the jade of the greatest worth is to be cherished, prized, and hidden in the deepest depths of one's coffers where none shall reach. What's with that look, Otis? What's with that look? I'm like him? To a lesser degree, particularly as of late. So that guy used to work for the Jia family, huh? Do you know him, Honglu? Young master? Is there something on my face? Honglu stopped himself as though a thought flashed in his head, and glanced quietly in my direction. Then, it's nothing. Shall we continue walking down this road? Indeed. Humble as I may be, I am very well versed in the roads of this area. Is he an imposter? Honglu shook his head at me as he casually changed the subject. It was as though he was trying to hide something we know. It was as though he was trying to hide something we know from King Tao. Should we be suspicious of something? He is a collaborator, but only a temporary one. A degree of caution would be advisable. Given Pilot's clear inexperience and naivety, we would do well to remain suspicious of this character. Faust and Otis approached me as Honglu nodding along. Honglu was nodding along and chatting amicably with our guide. Well, looking back at our journey so far, I think we learned our lesson about blindly trusting every collaborator we come across. With this growing mistrust in mind, I slowly made my distance from the guy before asking Faust a burning question. So, what was that about back there with Virgilius? Something about him going off to help them out? The consequences of his actions at Wuthering Heights. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was about that. His actions were a violation of one of the more important items in his contract with the company. He is simply taking responsibility for the breach of contract. I think back to the incident at the manor. It feels like such a long time ago now. Well, that's kind of a bummer. He really helped us out of a pickle. What? That's what they're dragging him away for? Is there a problem, Orna guess? It's nothing at all. No problemo, right Ryoshu? Grr. You idiot. Shut up, idiot. Mersaw, can you carry Heathcliff for a little bit? He's dead tired. It will be done. It's like, Mersaw, carry Heathcliff for a little while he's passed out. Heathcliff, punched in the gut by the hilt of Ryoshu's sword, fell forward right onto Mersaw's welcoming shoulder. Rhodia? You know, the kind of person I hate the most? The kind of dull people who can't read the room. Don't you feel the same way, Dante? Yeah. I nodded enthusiastically as something seemed to imply that she wasn't really asking me a question. I don't think she was about to punch my lights out, but... Rodion and Ryoshu judged correctly this time. Classified company information must not be discussed in the presence of an outsider. Reminds me of the time he got knocked out cold for a while because he kept asking questions without raising his hands. This guy just doesn't learn, huh? You successfully preserved the secrecy of classified information without spilling blood. I applaud this policy. I did good, didn't I? I'm just not a fan of how they're treating Heathcliff like dirt now. If it is no problemo as you say, then that is well indeed. Yet, I worry that it appears that the problem has found us anyway. I stopped and looked around, realizing that we were surrounded by a group of people wielding various weapons in their hands. What, happened to finding us a safer path? It is likely that my guidance has indeed given us a much safer path away from the more obvious skirmishes. However, to my great regret, it appears that the more observant of our enemies have tracked us here. Damn it! Then what are you even here for? Isn't it your job to prevent this exact scenario? Let's leave the finger pointing for later. We're gonna have to take them all down. They must not be allowed to disseminate our current location. Exactly. Where are you slinking off to, Mr. King Tao? I must regrettably and humbly say that my talents in war are terribly lacking, so I intend to become scarce for a moment. Yet I have the utmost faith in the strength of our young master and the honored guest in overcoming this adversity. So, King Tao was already standing so far from the front lines that he was practically hiding behind me. Faust, anything you can tell us about these enemies? No, but consultation with the Gesellschaft seemed unnecessary if we are to determine whether negotiating with them is an option. They're coming. Mersault, wake up Heathcliff and set him down. It will be done. We'll just bonk Heathcliff on the head to wake him up. Lovely.
승객들, 뭔가 기분 좋은 일이라도 있었던
Alright,
거야?
let's set you up. I guess, do we need to set you up? Hold up.
내 등 뒤에서 벗어나는 거 그다지 옳은 선택은 아닐 텐데.
Yeah, I guess we can set you up, sure. Set you also.
회풍.
여기가 네 약점.
Yay, there we go. And this is gonna do no damage. Good job, Ishmael. Good job.
내 뒤에
대성공이야. 가면 신나. 노래 부르자.
How many waves are we doing? I didn't even check.
네 약점인가? 골치 아픈 것들이
시간 끌 것 없이 회풍. 모두가 치워.
넌 그렇게 시원하게 길을 보자. 이 정도 당내야 저 해충들을 도려내라.
깨우치시게.
그간의 전투 경험이 있으면 넌 튀울 수도 없겠구나.
이제 깨우치시게.
Music's kind of sedately energetic.
깨우치시게.
I mean, it does have that Chinese guitar going on.
사람도 깜짝.
기꺼이.
It's probably why. Why does this not work? That's fine.
내 뒤에
이제 깨우치시게.
넌 푸름을 튀울 수도 없겠구나. 말로 받았나?
Oh wait, are we using?
저 해충들을
Oh, I thought we used 2 skill 3s in a row
넌
for Honglu.
제쳐라.
You know what I don't get though? Is what if Honglu uses 2 skill 3s in the same turn? Why does the second turn not trigger a follow-up attack? I don't get it. Hostiles in the immediate vicinity have been eliminated. Our collaborator, who had been hiding far from the battle, quickly ran up to our side as soon as the fight ended. Otis, what are you thinking? Are you unhurt, young master? Yep, I'm totally fine. Of course, our honored guest martial skills were all exceptionally brilliant. But young master, your light was the brightest even among the incandescent. Yeah, there we go. Oh, follow-up is capped at 1 per turn. I see. This humble servant could not hold back his tears at this wondrous sight. To witness such excellent martial arts from none other than the young master himself. What an unexpected surprise. But don't the children of the GF family undergo all kinds of strict training regimens from childhood? It was simply my assumption that the young master had ceased his trainings once he departed the family. Anyways, how do you think they tracked us down anyway? About that. It appears that we weren't exactly tracked down. Perhaps it may be that the ilk who lurked in these parts of the backstreets recognized the young master's venerable countenance. I don't think my face is that well known. The family hierarch evaluations are nigh. Every soul living in Hongyan must know the face of the young master who is loved by every elder of the family. It must be that they are under the assumption that you are carrying something of great value. Family hierarch. Didn't Jia Jijun say something about heirs back then? They all assumed wrong then. I didn't bring anything precious that the elders might be looking for. Young master, even now? I just couldn't care less about it, that's all. Besides, many of my siblings are much better fit to be the family hierarch than I am. That's... Well, that is indeed a relief. A relief, is it? Well, but of course, it is a highly dangerous endeavor to partake in the hierarch evaluations. So it is of great relief to know that young master is not putting himself in unnecessary danger. I guess that could be a relief, but sort of. Now that we took them all down, there shouldn't be any more on the way, right? Greg, can we not jinx ourselves for 1 second? This is the city. This is the backstreets. Anything and everything can happen. Why are you laughing, Roshu? Now I'm worried. Please do not concern yourselves any further. We will take a more clandestine path. I guarantee a safe and easy passage to our destination. This guy's a spy. I'm calling it, this guy's a spy. I still have a hard time buying that. The lay of this place would constitute a perfect place to set up an ambush in most places. Yet you claim this to be the safer path. Yet I must ask you to place your faith in this humble servant. For Hongyan is not like most places. Fine, for now. Otis shut her eyes for a moment, out of retorts, then turned to look at Ishmael. Hey Ishmael, you must have a pamphlet of this place handy, don't you? No way, you're actually going to read it? Why else would I ask? No, I mean, how could I not be caught off guard after almost a whole year of getting brushed off by everyone every time I plead with them to read the damn pamphlets? Like hell, did no one think to? I mean, who actually reads the brochures to the tourist destinations? I don't. I have plenty of tourist pamphlets. Do I read them? Heck no. Heck no. Not even the ones from Japan. Nah. I will find my own intel. If you're just going to ramble on and on with your grievances. Oh, okay. Here it is. Fine. Someone put a lot of work into their pamphlets? Sure. At least I'm not tossing it out into the trash like most people do. I keep them. I keep them to look in future times so that maybe it'll remind me of when I went there. But at least I don't toss them out. A lot of people toss them out. Otis opened the pamphlet and began intently glaring at its text, as though she didn't want to miss even the smallest detail of information in there. Suspicion clear on her knitted brows. Yeah, I mean the guide is pretty sus to begin with. He could say anything and we would believe
또
it.
한 줄 피를 남겼군. 핏물진
Alright.
길일 뿐이지만
Another fight.
길이 같으니 거들어주지.
I did run into like a Japanese tweet recently. That's like they were also playing Limbus Company, and it's like, why are there so many freaking fights? It's like there's too much killing, not enough story. There's a lot of story too, but there's also too much killing. We were on a desperate run, all the while fighting off hordes upon hordes of enemies that this guy seems to keep bringing us to. Oi, what happened to a safe and easy passage? Explain this shite. It appears that the young master's radiant countenance was made known. I thought we were finding a more clandestine passage. How come we're getting jumped by even more enemies? As I have said, the young master's radiant. At least try to give a little variation to your excuses. I cannot so easily say that he is being untruthful, given the disjointed allegiance of the enemies attacking us. Otis played with a pamphlet in her hand, clearly frustrated but unable to establish anything concrete. For people without a clear allegiance to attack a member of the Gia family. Looks like everyone in the backstreets has been getting pretty plucky while I was away. Back then, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of their faces. They'd all be on their hands and knees whenever we walked past. What a wonderful change. Oh, shove that wonderful change up your arse, you bloody loon. How much longer, and I skipped that. How much longer till we get there? My Kezan is near. Calm your worries. I'm guessing the lodge. Our guide seems oddly calmer now than he did at the beginning of his journey. Did he really get numb to all the violence that fast, or... Speaking of which, what's a Kezan? It is a term commonly used to refer to taverns, inns, or equivalent places of lodging in this region. Lodging, huh? Like a hotel? It's gotta be pretty fancy then, huh? Do they serve like complimentary snacks and drinks in the warp train? Not sure about that, but it seems like Kezans also serve alcohol and food alongside their lodging services. Maybe we can get a meal in there. And hopefully we won't be attacked there like this. Residential non-aggression taboo. Any mutual acts of violence inside a residential building is, within this particular area and floor of Hongyuan, a taboo. A taboo. We may rest easy within then. I saw Fal's eyebrows slightly twitch, as though she had just heard the most ridiculous thing. But I guess I'll ask her about it later. Man. If it's for some kind of family hierarchy or family head selection contest, why couldn't they just save all this fighting until then? Because it would be too late. Huh? Late? How? Every hierarchy candidate must have brought incredibly precious treasures with them. It would be nice if they believed that their own treasure is the most precious of them all, but everyone's going to try to take each other's just to be sure. I see. Just in case someone else brought something even better than their own. And might as well kill them too, for the sake of convenience. Is that how the folks in your family think? What kind of line of thinking is that? But other families didn't seem too different from mine. Damn. Not even Wuthering Heights did that. The only time Wuthering Heights did that was when things got a little too personal. Not because of a silly contest. Deepest apologies for intruding upon this most enthralling conversation. However, we may be inviting yet further trouble by dallying here. With that, the guide pulled out a watch to check the time. It will be nighttime soon. Nighttime. We definitely don't want to be out here at nighttime. You like to think that he's nice and competent? I don't know if I give them that much credit. That's just a me thing. Okay, let's drag this at the bottom. No, no, no. Do not start yet. I want to do this. This. There we go. Is it not night already? I mean, it's always dark. I don't know when night would actually come out. I'm assuming this place doesn't get like a whole lot of sun because it's like one gigantic enclosed cube. But people have clocks and watches, so they do know when nighttime is coming proper.
내 피가 배고파 있어.
I mean, truth be told, our guide is not the most trustworthy. I just want to know how bad is this untrustworthiness. I guess that's for us to find out later.
목을 떨궈주마. 이 정도 탕류에 허덕이다.
우와, 사람도 깜짝.
불가 위야.
떨어졌지.
내 뒤. 찾지 못하.
푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
우와,
Okay, how many more do I have to go through? 3 more. You're the last 3. Please die. Dang, insta kill.
내 뒤.
물론고 물론고 꺾어 제쳐라. 넌 푸름을
Exploded from aura. Didn't even have to attack. It just exploded from aura. Now, here we are. Is this the place? After running through the alleyway... Oh, after running through alleyway after alleyway, after turning corner after corner, we finally came across the site of several small buildings tightly built next to one another. At the center of them was a building lit with red lamps, adorned with a door plate with complicated-looking letters scribbled all over it. Darn Chinese letters. This is shoddier than I expected. Hey, isn't this place a bit too trashy to house your precious young master? That is not our building. Please, look this way to see where our honored guest will be staying for the night. I knew it. I heard so much from Honglu about all the splendor, all the... Huh? He filed King Tao's finger and arrived at a small warehouse of sorts, its exterior painted in black. That looks smaller than even Mephistopheles. Wait, what? Smaller than the bus? Can we all even fit in there? Hey, that place looks trashy as heck, even for us, let alone your young master. This is the nearest Kazan we could afford to stay in, at least among the ones I manage. Yet, its location in the backstreets heavily limits the level of decency it can afford. My deepest and sincerest apologies, young master. Don't worry, we can't always sleep in decent places. It looks just fine for an overnight stay to me. Are you nuts? Can that thing even fit all of us in there? Much did I wish to guide the honored guest to the family mansion in the central zone. However, the time. Oh, the sweeping wave. Huh. Doesn't that start at 3:13 in the morning? I feel like we've got plenty of time to get there. Exactly. Don't we have more than enough time to get to the family mansion? According to the H Corp travel guide, the central area is only like an hour away from here. Dang, that's still far. Has the honored guest traveled to District 8 before? Well, no, this is my first time here, but... Then one must ask how the honored guest could claim to have the full understanding of a place merely by flipping through a book, when she hasn't had to contend with it in person. Innumerable, unpredictable changes await in this teeming jungle of buildings. the ever-shifting structures, the constantly changing paths, ambushes from foolish yet vicious syndicates, or even officers of the backstreets. Oh, we are beset by danger from all sides. Such bold, flippant approach to predicting the phenomena of this place is to court death. Even a toddler must know that. Okay, where are you getting with this? One fails to disguise his utter sorrow at the inadequacy of her wisdom. Is it just me, or are we all thinking back to Ishmael back at the Great Lake? Sip it, Dante. But if the guidebook lists a path, does it not imply that it is technically possible to reach there in time? Otis suddenly took a step forward. In her hand was the H-Corp travel pamphlet that Ishmael was talking about. I have faith that if our executive manager would lead us in your directionally challenged stead, they would be able to lead us to our destination before night falls. Me? Lead the group? Not this guy? This does not appear to have been discussed aforehand. Very well, allow me to speak freely without frills. My responsibility is to bring the honored guest to the central zone and to ensure the young master's safety. It is, indeed, technically possible to reach the family mansion before the night in the backstreet commences. Technically. Yet, not even one iota of danger to the young master shall be permitted. The mission that has been so graciously bestowed upon his humble servant is not to guide the young master with haste, but to guide him with utmost safety. Yet we got attacked every single step of the way, so how can you explain that? Oh. It is said that those engaging in strategies and plans must remain wary of losing sight of their purpose. To stubbornly forge on toward the family mansion in lieu of necessary intel to see when these mobs of assailants would end is to wrongly prioritize the journey over the destination. You. Oh, you. Wonderful. Truly impressive. You have all the qualities of someone I would trust with my life when devising a stratagem. This is the most fitting attitude for those who genuinely wish the best for those they serve. Really? You're just gonna start going along with him all of a sudden? I have misunderstood your intentions, truly. They sparked my ire by comparing some of your choice words to my very own. Yet now my eyes have been opened to the honest loyalty that lies within your heart. Really? Really? I don't know, he's still kinda sus. This humble servant did not imagine even in his wildest dreams that there would be someone who understands the fathoms of his loyalty. It seems that young master has certainly gained an eye for allies and fellowships. This is a cause for much relief in my heart. Listen to him, this one knows how to jest. They're basically best buds now, huh? I may have lost my cool for a moment there. Anyway, this man speaks true. It is highly likely that we would be exposed to attacks of similar nature were we to continue moving at this time. She's just fully on his side now, isn't she? That's when I realized that she was looking in my direction. She knows of the game. The exaggerated smile had all but completely faded from her face, replaced with an odd but dead serious expression. When our gazes locked, she nodded. She must be completely turned around by that guy. Is this her way of saying, so long, I'm gonna quit and go work with this guy now, thanks for everything? I don't think that's what she means. I think she means, I got a plan to expose this guy. Let play along here. But Dante's not getting it. And as for this hotel, it is still much better than sleeping in outdoor tent barracks. We should be able to relieve ourselves of some fatigue here before moving on. Did you not earlier insist on continuing our search for a better accommodation with the greatest vehemence, Miss Otis? Yeah, whatever. we get your point. Let's go inside. Ew. My humblest self can only behold your generous acceptance of this insufficient lodging with the deepest gratitude. After all that serious talk, the man seemed oddly relieved to hear our decision as he brought his fist and palm together. Architecture today mustn't be judged with such haste, with such haste merely by an observation of their exterior. The interior may hold aught to be surprised of. Worry not. With Rodion surrendered, wouldn't that be nice? We made our way into the building. It ain't too shabby, actually. It actually is not too shabby. Oh, this actually ain't so bad. It's clean in here. This place presents a rather classical aesthetic. The landscape paintings lining the walls give off a rather sophisticated mood. It's much more spacious inside than it looks from the outside. Did they use some kind of space expansion technology in here too? No. It seems that the building only appeared small due to the density of structures in proximity. Well, the door is open now. Should my presence be required, I shall be in the small shed next to this building. Please, do converse freely. And I will listen in on your conversation from the other side. Other side. I was gonna say shed and side. The man smiled awkwardly and quietly excused himself as the excitement among the sinners began to grow. Meanwhile, Honglu stood a fair distance from the guide, quietly watching his fate as he left. His expression was enigmatic, as if he were gazing upon the clouds, the flowers, or even the wind. Yet there was no light in those eyes. It was as if they beheld a storm cloud, a desolate field of wilted flowers, and a howling, destructive gale. Do you suspect something, Honglu? So I decided to ask. Not yet, I don't think. Huh? Not yet? So, big brother, something felt off to you too, huh? Xizhan, what are you doing here? I had a feeling it was Xizhan when as soon as the big brother came up, but what are you doing here? Wow, Xizhan, it's you. And so soon too. Yeah, I told you I had a feeling we'd be seeing each other again very soon. Have you been well, young master? I'm so glad to see that you're doing well, Mr. Wei. Oh wait, don't tell me you're staying here too, Xizhan. I normally wouldn't ever set foot in a place like this, but I ran into some kind of large-scale construction on my way back to the family mansion. Had to come in through the back streets. So we weren't the only ones troubled by the random construction site. Whoa! Hail to thee! Yeah. The confident look on Xizhan's face was immediately replaced by that of alarm. Did she lose her memories again? Is she with you? No, Don Quixote is the same as always. Him. But she looks like such an airhead. Young Xizhan, well, wouldst thou accompany me to the lounge but a moment, so that we may share a moment of catching up? Oh, yeah, actually, let's do that. Hold on. Jiang Xizhan seemed to hesitate for a moment, staring at Don Quixote after hearing that her memories were intact. It's like, oh yeah, I guess she saw everything about Don Quixote from back then. It's like, are we sure about this? Yeah, we're sure about this. Before walking right up to her. I like that idea. Shall we? Wei, why don't you go and find a room for me to stay in while I talk some things out with her? What? You want to do some catching up, right? Tis, Manager Esquire. Loss of critical personnel may be a cause for disciplinary action, Dante. I don't think there's anything wrong with making friends, though. It looks like Xizhan really likes Don Quixote if she's comfortable enough to tease her like that. I see. So this is where the Don Quixote and Xizhan ships came about. Or maybe it's a little bit after, but definitely where it started. It's not Don Quixote she likes. She obviously just wants Don Quixote's power she saw back then. My lady, this is hardly the appropriate place for... Fine, I'll try again later. Go get some sleep. I'm heading in too. Shijun sighed with a bit of a disappointment before heading into the lobby. Well, let's all head inside now. So I and the rest of the sinners followed her into the lodging. Okay, well I guess they don't get to have some alone time talking.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다.
Oh,
의의를
we're
다른
not
삶으로
fighting
이주하였으니
anything.
내일은
That's
더
surprising.
떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Actually, a little surprising. Except Sinclair right now is like, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Hold up, I need to adjust something. There we go. Everyone's busy looking around and commenting on various things in her lodging, but Sinclair appeared to be the most anxious of them all. Sinclair? Something in here stands out. Like, imagine an ideal picture. Did you call? No, Yi Sang. No, nothing ideal here. Okay, go back to where you came from. I missed that joke, Yi Sang. That's not what I was. I'm not. Anyway, am I the only one who feels like something stands out like a sore thumb from the whole picture? Oh yeah, glad you brought it up. I didn't say anything because I thought it was just me. Rhodia. So, what's so off about this place? Is it obvious? Where'd all the complimentary snacks go? That's what's that weird mystery table at the center of the room? Really? This thing is what we're complaining about? Not that it looks so clean and there's nothing else in here? Just this? Even Rhodia's disappointed. Huh? That is kind of weird, though. What's the table doing there? Its saturated colors are quite the pleasant sight to behold. So, is it any better inside? What the hell is that hideous table? Was that table there earlier? I don't think I noticed. I actually don't think I noticed that table earlier. Pretty sure that just showed up for this scene. The kerfuffle sparked by the particularly unsightly piece of indoor furniture calmed somewhat once... Well, the kerfuffle sparked by the particularly unsightly piece of indoor furniture calmed somewhat once everyone made it inside the building. It calmed somewhat. Okay, I don't know what that means. Of course, no one was able to discern the real purpose of that table yet. Every step of the floor leaves black residue on the shoes. Not only the floor, touching the walls leaves an unidentified black substance on one's fingers. The kerfuffle was somewhat calm. It's like those plastic toddler tables? I suppose. But these two are getting to the real meat of the issue. Not to mention how the walls ripple in an odd fashion. What could possibly be the construction of this structure? Well, my guess is that the maintenance staff's been slacking. Maybe. But why is everything so neatly organized if that's the case? I've been to enough CD establishments to tell that when a place has gone a while without tidying up. Ahem. At least it appears that each room is furnished with a bed. While this is far from optimal, Executive Manager, we may be able to we may be able to rest here. What is up with me today? Huh. I guess they really didn't have the time to clean up. Jia Shijun, the last person to walk in after having taken her time to examine the area outside the lobby, stared blankly around the room with an aghast expression. I'm not even sure what to say to this ridiculous negligence. Then found her room after leaving a scathing remark. It ain't the first time we're sauntering right into some shady business, innit? Let's just cross that bridge when we come to it, yeah? I guess. Anyone could tell that there was something definitely wrong about that guy. Some sinners, including Heathcliff, had already slumped to the floor, vociferously expressing their desire to rest with a collective sigh of exhaustion. Well, it is pretty weird, but at least we have a roof over our heads. In that case, Dante, perhaps this may be a good time to announce today's close of business. Ha! I never made this announcement outside the bus before. Oh, right. I hereby confirm today's close of business for the sinners. Understood. Thank you kindly. Starting now, you all will be given a maximum of 12 hours to partake in sleep and rest. The duration is subject to change. Have a good night. As soon as she finished, the sinners each began to relax in their own ways, some stumbling into their rooms while others lingered to speculate over the bizarre table at the center of the room that has caught everyone's attention. Save for Otis, that is. Got something to say, Otis? Yes, Executive Manager. It's about our guide, King Tao. Oh, your new best friend from earlier. Seemed like you guys were getting along pretty well. What? That is simply untrue. Did you not see the signal I gave you earlier? What signal? Dante, the signal that you thought that she was about to quit, not that signal. But she's not gonna quit. Oh, you mean when you nodded slightly in my direction? Indeed. That individual has an informational advantage over us when it comes to this locale. Regardless of how sound the accusations we came up with were, he would have been able to explain them away using his familiarity with the region. Oh yeah, she is a little blushy. It's a little hard to see though, but there is a slight blush. Let me see if I can... Wait, that's not the source. What was that source? Ah, that was the source. Let me... Crap. Let me, Okay, we're gonna lock that so I don't click on it. Let me click on you. Why can I click on you? I cannot expand. I cannot expand the picture for some odd reason. Oh well, we'll leave it alone. I thought, as a party with an informational disadvantage, it would be wise to feign camaraderie and friendship with that individual and go along with their plans while trying to dig out as much intel as possible. I seriously thought that suspicious guy would totally won you over. Dante, you need to learn how to read faces. Executive Manager, I've been in this business for many years. How could you even imagine that I would be fooled by an amateur spy who's so overly It's nothing. Otis's disappointment was palpable, but she stopped herself as though she remembered that there were more important matters at hand. While it is uncertain as to how long that individual will be accompanying us, it would be reasonable to speculate that he approached the LCCB with the explicit purpose of eliminating Hong Lu, Jia Bao Yu. I present the fact that it was Pilot, that inexperienced greenhorn, who somehow conveniently came across this connection, as another evidence point supporting his suspicion. That's also true. Faust also has information to share. Faust joined the conversation after listening to us discuss for some time. A review of every known taboo has failed to identify one he called residential non-aggression. A review of every known taboo has failed to identify one he called residential non-aggression taboo that universally prohibits acts of violence within residential areas. Then that also has to be... It is too early to come to conclusions regarding that matter. It appears that this area, Hongyan, has taboos that change depending on your location within its territory. However, considering every other circumstantial evidence, we can come to a conclusion that that he was most likely lying to us. Your assessment cannot be denied. In that case, we must already be deep within the enemy's machinations. The constant stream of random assailments we faced earlier was also most likely also a part of their plan. Okay, you did use also twice in there. You shouldn't do that. It may very well be that this building itself is also a trap. Yet we lack the intelligence about this particular backstreet to be certain. However, we do have one minor disadvantage. We have one minor advantage. It seems that they have severely underestimated our capabilities. Given the low caliber of the assailants they decided to send after us. One thing we can capitalize on is that mutual lack of intel. We keep our guard up, remain alert, and we should be able to navigate our way out of this trap, Executive Manager. See you later, Jinji. Okay, I get it now. Dante did not pick up on all that. I'm sorry about the misunderstanding, honestly. I didn't know who or what to trust. Then I would appreciate if you could trust me fully next time. Otis bowed politely and returned to her room. Faust and I chatted a little more about King Tao and his plans, but our discussion ended without bearing much fruit. Okay, my mouth is a little dry. So I do need a little bit of salt and a little bit of water refill. So be right back really quick. Gonna get some water and maybe some crackers for some hydration. Alright, I am back. That was pretty quick for a regular refill. So anyway, let's go ahead and continue this. I realized that Honglu was missing as I was spending time chatting with the sinners. I didn't notice him going into his room. So I walked to the exit, about to look for Honglu outside, and ran into Zhao Jijun and Wei, who decided to stay in their room close to the door. It's getting late. Where are you going alone without a guard? Oh, just looking for Honglu. Was this? This was a story node. I forgot. There's a story node. Thought we were about to fight something. Right. I can't understand what you're saying. Oh, right. Paper, pen. Paper and pen. That'd be very helpful. When it comes to conversing without the sinners, I find that there are two types of people. The first type usually says whatever is on their mind without pausing for or caring to hear my reply. Given that this type of person isn't actually looking to communicate with me, that simplifies things a little on my end. However, it's also oddly insulting, as it seems as though they don't recognize me as a human, but rather a wall, or a clock on a wall. I mean, you kinda are. And the other type is the one that reads me so well that they may as well be able to hear what I'm saying. Like this guy. Like this guy. I'm pretty sure there was also someone else that did that, but... Verjuice falls into the latter category. He recognizes the pitch of my tics and talks, reads my body language, and sometimes even claims to see my expressions, like how Don Quixote does. And Jia Shishun, who saw through me with that short exchange. Okay, let's see. Just looking to get some early morning air? Oh, Does your prosthetic head even have a respiratory function? Wouldn't have guessed from the way it looks. Did not belong in either category. I guess she's just guessing? No, not really. I'm just looking for Hong Lu because I haven't seen him in a while. Oh no, she's guessing, but she's getting it wrong. You're shaking your head, so no. Then are you looking for something to eat? I'm munching on a cracker right now. I'm sorry. No shot. She's a new one. The type that tries to figure out what I'm saying without asking for help. My lady, would it not be wise to wake or find someone who may be able to translate? Or, grab a piece of paper? Is paper so rare around here that they can't use it for whatever reason? Now that I think about it, are phones also not a thing here? Like, the city does not have smartphones for some reason. They got every other technology except that. They would have done that themselves if it was something important. I'm kind of curious though. What was that hand gesture you made when I first asked? You, brought your index fingers up to your cheeks. Well, Hong Lu's always smiling. The library's taking all the paper that exists. You know what? Fair. And it's also outside of the city. So I thought maybe I could simulate his smile to convey that I'm looking for him. Now I imagine Dante trying that only to still just write in ticks and talks. Imagine if Dante writes in Morse code and none of them could read Morse code. Like, oh crap, I didn't think this through, says Dante. But wait, I'm trying to write words. Why is it only in Morse code? That shouldn't be a thing. That would be funny. That would actually be funny. Perhaps it was an effort to express cuteness or beauty. Well, what? No, I was just trying to express a smiling face. Oh no, this is gonna be easy, is it? They're tick-tocking a lot more vigorously. Hey, I think you're onto something. This conversation was starting to veer into a completely unintended territory. After a bit of trial and error, did they finally figure it out? I see. You're looking for my big brother, huh? Somehow we got to this point. I would like to know how we got to this point. We took some very roundabout ways, but I was eventually able to get her to understand what I was trying to say. Well, if he's who you're looking for, that's easy. You should be able to find him by the lounge back there. Oh, really? Knowing that the clock is prosthetic and there's things in the city with prosthetics and stuff might be very well true. I honestly thought, okay, I may have said this before, but it's worth bringing it up again. I honestly thought that that Dante was a distortion at the very beginning, but it didn't dawn on me that it could be a prosthetic. But I guess it kind of makes sense because in Ruina there were people who were wholly, like, they replaced their entire body, head included, and there are people with heads that don't even have mouths and stuff. So I guess the same thing could have been done to Dante. I just didn't think about that at the time. Let's see. Should be able to find him in the lounge. Yeah, I would never read that. I doubt he got very far from there, even if he even left. Oh yeah, there's also the Sinclair's family, but that was after. That was afterwards. That was afterwards. It was this me thinking he was a distortion was before the game even showed up. True though, you are true. That is true. That would show people who were not familiar with Ruina or LULdog. Well, it didn't happen in LULdog, but that would show people who weren't familiar with Ruina Yes, you could replace your entire body and still be considered human as long as that brain is still there. That's the bare minimum apparently, for some reason. So that's what you were trying so hard to communicate? Jia Shijun was, strangely enough, disappointed and dispirited by my reply. I did have something to tell you too, but never mind. I feel like the mood's been ruined. Let's talk about this another time. Yeah. I was curious, but it would also take ages for me to ask how she's feeling. So I nodded to express my gratitude before heading back to the entrance. Oh, heading to the back entrance, not back to the entrance. Comprehension's gone. And found Honglu gazing at the hazy scene out the opaque window. What are you doing here? People watching. There were some people stumbling through the streets outside. I stared outside the window at the scene. Honglu seemed to sense that what I was thinking and began. Are you worried for me, Dante? Well, yeah, it's your turn, Hong. This is your Kanto. Your Kanto is coming up right after this Intervallo. It really is. I'm back at H Corp, and everyone's talking about the family hierarch selection. But you don't have to worry about me at all, because I did not wish for anything from Limbus Company. Really? So you're just doing this because you want to? I'm not like Yi Sang. I'm not hiding my true feelings. No one gave me a wonderful promise like they would to help me recover my torn and broken wings. I joined only to have some new experience. That's all. But we do know that something's definitely going to happen, whatever it might be. Something that will shake you to your very core. Even if you didn't wish for anything, going through something like that could... Yes, probably. But it's okay. I'm used to being led by the will of others anyway. No matter what happens here, I can't do this like everyone else. Because that's how it's always been. Whatever happens to me or those around me, to those around me, I only... A loud, boisterous bellow suddenly cut Honglu off even before he could finish his sentence. He's basically going through everything without really thinking about it. I feel like a lot of people like that, but that's not the point. Anyway, what's happening here? Oi, let me go! Just listen to that sod talk and tell me I'm not supposed to get mad at that! Dang it, lower your voice! What are you guys doing back there? Gregor and Heathcliff, who were most likely hiding behind the entrance door, tumbled into view. I knew I shouldn't have come here with this guy. Going to be more patient for even a few minutes before bursting out of there? How long have you two been... listening? From the very start, course. I thought I was finally making some sense at first, but what's that? That you're used to following others' wills? I didn't mean to irk you, Heathcliff. I'm only telling the truth. Bloody hell, I'm about to burst the vessel. Oi, buggy bloke. Am I supposed to practice patience after listening to that drivel? I think I'm practicing plenty of patience despite you calling me buggy bloke out of nowhere. So yeah, you are. That's not what I... Finally, some silence. Anyway, sorry about listening in, fellas. I'll let you in on some big secret if you let this one slide, though. What's the secret? Gregor rubbed his arm awkwardly as I stared at him in silence, then pointed at a pillar in an exaggerated motion. Guess who's hiding behind that pillar, Manager Bud? With that, two familiar figures stumble out into view from behind the pillar. Really? You two? That's not what I expected. Though for some reason this is also a ship that I don't quite understand. How could you betray us like that, Gregor? BWAHA. Translation, please, Sinclair. Bad, weak, and highly annoying. Good night, snooze fest, she says. Huh? Sinclair, I think that's not what she meant to say. Hold up, let's go back there. Bad week, highly annoying. Good night, snooze fest. I think you added something extra to what she said. But also, I don't think she said that. Did I get that wrong? I never said GNS. When did you get an FU? Huh? Ryoshu looked at Sinclair with some interest before slicing open the ceiling above the entrance. And with an uncharacteristically wet noise for something cutting through a wall, a blank ink-like substance dripped onto the floor, followed by Rhodia and Otis crashing down after it. GTFO. What? Is that the GTFO we know, or is it a different GTFO? Wow, I didn't realize I'd garnered such an audience for my story. Executive Manager, the sole reason I followed you out here was for the purpose of protection. As I was concerned for your safety, I am not like the others who have followed you merely to save their curiosities. Me, I was just bored. Thank you, Rhodia, for being so honest. Where's Mursaw? Is Mursaw sleeping? Mursaw would be the least curious out of everyone. I'd be surprised if he was actually out here. Also, Yi Sang. Where's Yi Sang? Then shall we continue the conversation, Dante? Everyone back to your rooms, now! Lights out was hours ago. Dang, what are we on, a field trip? The Heisho pack. Oh no, oh, I can't use Heisho versus Heisho. Okay. Well, let's change the team a little bit because I want to keep the Heisho pack intact. Well, let's put you here. And just make sure you got your stuff. Not that we can probably use it, but we'll try anyway. What is this? We'll use that. We'll keep you. We will use... I don't know. Gregor Heisho, I feel like wasn't really that great, but could be wrong. This is fine. Night Owls. And what do we use for you? Oh yeah, I got this. I don't have the ego, but I did manage to get what do you call this? This Otis from Walpurgis. So that's kind of neat. Let me put you there. I just gotta remember not to use skill 3 right away with Otis, otherwise we're gonna be in big trouble. After that little kerfuffle, I keep on wanting to say kerfuffle, but it actually says kerfuffle. Which one is correct? Did I just make up a word? Just as everyone was scattering to their rooms, Otis suddenly began to vehemently oppose, leaving me all on my own. Are you absolutely certain, Executive Manager? Seriously, don't worry about it. I usually took the night watch on the bus anyway. That is true, however. We are currently in an uncharted territory for our team. We do not have much experience sleeping at a place where our safety isn't an absolute guarantee. Hey, we're literally right next door to them. It takes less than 15 seconds for us to come over when something happens. Do you not know that every second matters in emergencies? Now, babushka de camp. Babushka de camp? Did you just call Otis grandma? Wow, really? Now, babushka de camp. Let's get you out of here. An oddly familiar sequence of events and words played out, and they eventually left my room, gently closing the door behind them. Finally, some peace and quiet. I sit on the corner of the bed, surrounded by silence, and allow my shoulders to slump for once. I don't need to sleep like the sinners do, but the fatigue doesn't go away on its own. I needed some time to relax and empty my thoughts every once in a while. While I've gotten somewhat used to the pain, it still hurts like hell when I rewind the sinner's time. And the longer this journey got, the more frequent and severe the sinner's injuries became. They did get stronger, that's for sure, but so did our enemies, which means that my clock is always turning and turning without a moment to rest. Oh, flashback? So I think of the star. Before the great gate which I face with every revival, I witness its intricate engravings and feel its silent vibrations. Even after a whole year, I am still no closer to understanding what they were supposed to represent. But by emptying my thoughts and taking in the sights, I find myself calming down. I think we may have made mention of this, but let me just make sure. I think this might be, let's see, what was this? Monument? Monument. No. I was thinking of something. This is the Gate of Truth, but not the Gate of Truth from Full Metal Alchemist. Oh, wait, no, here it is. Here it is. Gates of Hell. Don't know if anyone's actually seen this. But this is apparently a actual statue. And I would just like to share it really quick because I think it's pretty cool. I guess I should just save it. No, we'll put it on screen. We'll put it on screen. How do I do that? Here we go. It's pretty cool in person, apparently. I think this one is in California, but if you somehow find yourself in Japan, this is also in Ueno Park, next to the museum over there. I think I may have a picture of it somewhere, but it's a pretty cool looking thing. But this is exactly what that is. The exact same thing. And it is supposed to be for Dante's Inferno. Even after a whole year, I'm still no closer to understanding what we were supposed to represent. But by emptying my thoughts and just taking in the sights, I find myself calming down. Also, the wind is quite cool and crisp tonight. Wait, that's weird. Wind? What's this sudden chill? Why am I outside? Something opened the window, but there's no way this gentle breeze could have unlatched and left my window wide open like that. And if it did, it would have made a pretty loud noise. Besides, this chill isn't coming from in front of me. I slowly turn around to look at where the window was supposed to be. Ah, I see. The Heisho. This is where the Heisho people show up. Only to see a melted wall, an intruder slinking through this newfound opening. Who are you? This kind of looks like Faust's ID a little bit. As though driven by some unknown survival instinct, I rolled off the bed. But there was already a blade right at where my neck and head met. Its steel a shearing cold. Just a little nudge and I'd be dead even before I could even make a tick. I remembered how worried Otis was to leave me alone. I thought she was just being paranoid. But it looks like the walls are not really walls. It's just black goop. And this whole thing definitely was a trap. A building that looks like a building, but it's not actually a building and it just falls apart. That's why all the black goop was foreshadowing for something really, really bad. Because it's not real. I should have trusted her judgment. Just as I was getting ready for my final struggle, my final moments filled with regret about not listening to Otis's advice. What a pathetically thin blade. Too delicate to have the clock. Too delicate to have the clock CIH, don't you think? Ryoshu leapt down from the ceiling and deflected the assailant's dagger away from me. Ryoshu! Snuck in thinking I was about to see something interesting, but you're just some beast with steel. I looked up to see the ceiling torn open, dripping with vicious paint-like fluid just as I saw earlier during my conversation with Honglu. Executive Manager, are you unharmed? And Otis peeking out from the gap. I, Otis, was the one who instructed Ryoshu that the ceiling had a room to hide in. Remember that. Shut up and help me. Oh, I thought this one was just some beast with steel. I could have cut this beast in half, sword and all, had I not been on the bus. All of your abilities... Okay, let's do this properly. All of your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company. Equally defanged and depowered, if you will. I suddenly recall Hohenheim's commentary back at the LCE. They could have done so much more, but they're so much weaker now. I had a vague notion of what he meant, but now I was really feeling it. NFW, what is happening? Just as Ryoshu was struggling to stop that one blade, the intruder pulled out another dagger with their other arm and slashed at Ryoshu's neck. A beast of a Heisho pack. A beast of a Heisho pack, not the Heisho pack? A Heisho pack? The intruder would have cut her throat had Wei not burst through my door. Who wields you now? No answer. I don't suppose dialogue is an option. Light enters not the vast garden, yet falls a star into its fathom still. No. The intruder reached into his clothes, muttering an odd invocation. Little shit, a talisman. Wait, get it together! My lady. Just as the intruder's muttering began to grow intense, Jia Zhijun leaped into my room and struck the stranger with her fan. Were you going to let that bastard finish that stupid spell? They almost activated the Q-Corp talisman. Apologies, my lady. It seems I still remain somewhat bound by that spell. Listen, you're no longer a Heisho. You served me now, you got that? You don't have to let those things control you anymore. Yes, my lady. My apologies. I fell limply to the bed with a sudden alleviation of stress and pressure. Hey, are you... I can't understand them anyway. I managed to stop the assassination before he laid a hand on them, however. Got it. I don't think there was anyone else in here. Let's switch the lights on. Click, click. And it actually works. When the lights came on, we saw... this one. This one's from the Mao branch, isn't it? Ah, that explains that. There was a black bamboo hat-wearing assassin on the ground. The walls? The walls that appeared solid before we all... Wait. The walls that appeared solid before we all went to sleep were now melting away as if they were a viscous fluid. There is something wrong with this building. No joke! Something's been wrong with this building ever since we got into it. I knew that they must have done something to build the building, but... How is a Heisho here? This whole operation is gonna be spearheaded by someone of real power. This isn't just an ambush from an overexcited family hired contestant. What I don't understand is, why the Mao branch? There are better Heisho branches to use if all they wanted was to cut off the clock's head. Then they must have had a different purpose, huh? Correct. This one is from the Mao branch of the Heisho packs, which means more of them must have infiltrated this building. Though not at the scale of the Z branch, the Mao branch always moves in groups. Therefore, their goal must be to kill every guest staying in this Kezan, including you, my lady. Then... we've got to get moving. We can't let them surround us if we want even a chance of surviving this. Dante! Sinners burst into my room, slamming the door open again. Did thou thank me later? If you don't move our asses, we're as good as dead. Way. Yes. We don't have the time to contact the main forces of our faction at the family mansion. You know what to do when we're at a numerical disadvantage, right? It will be done, my lady. Jiao Zhijun and Wei immediately stormed out of the room as soon as they saw the sinners enter, as though they'd been waiting in here for my protection. Don Quixote and Gregor stood red-faced and on edge. Mersal was covered in battle wounds, and Otis wore an inscrutable expression. I stand before you in shame. To have to borrow the hands of another to protect the executive manager. Tch. No, I should have listened to what you said. Extrapolating from the pattern by which the walls have disintegrated, it is likely that they utilized the identical means of infiltration for each sinner. Oh, right. Were you attacked by bamboo-hatted assailants too? Their ranks numbered many, Manager Esquire. Yet, for how many of them there were, they were unsettlingly silent. Verily, we were almost... it's not almost. I saw on the way here that some of us did get killed. Impaled straight through the guts. So what he said about how fighting indoors was a taboo... Yes, a lie. How utterly cowardly and unjust of these vile cur to strike from the shadows. Alas, now is not the moment to ruminate upon their villainy. Correct. Besides, yeah? There's more of them. There's more of them waiting to sink their blades into us. And that's why we can only use these. I see. Alright, get in there, everyone. Actually, that's not a skill 3, right? Let me just make sure that's not a skill 3. Oh, she has 2 blues. I see. Let's do this. I guess we'll go for it. Guard it. I guess technically we don't have any Heisho in the group. Imagine if I use some Heisho without Honglu. Dawn, I see that. I see you losing your roles. What's going on there? Oh well, if that pushes Dawn to go into the negatives, that's okay. Okay, you do have more than... Is it 10? You need at least... how much? Magic bullet... 10 or less. Okay. You have more than 10. Yay, everyone's staggered. Great. Oh. Dawn's still in the positives. Interesting. Can you do that again? Yes, you can. She still has whatever this thing is. One more protector stance. we just go for it. Oh, they don't die, they just retreat. Interesting.
찾지 못한
그렇게 시원하게 감사도 보내마시는
태풍
그렇게 서일처리 빠르게 하는 떨어질 덜 답답한 법이지.
That was pretty quick, actually.
나를 계속 고용해라. 봉헌의 여러 협객 중 내가
Oh, we got another fight. Do we have everyone still? No, we only still have.
흑수들보다도 뛰어나다는 걸
We still
알고
have
있거다.
just these
단피가
guys.
떨어질 때군요.
More than enough to take care of this. Oh, we're just going straight for it. Okay. Do not use your skill 3, Otis. We gotta get you off that. Do we want to use this right away? No, let's save it. Ooh.
태풍
카룬, 기다리는 거 못해. 1초만 기다려줄게.
빈틈 투성이고 스켈레토
I didn't realize she was gonna use her skill 3. Oh, jeez. At least it was over 10.
내 뒤.
대성공이야. 카룬 신나. 노래 부를까?
Oh, someone died?
단순히 적을 제거하는 이점만 있는 것이 아니죠.
Let's see. Do we need to use something, Roshu? Yes, let's go and do that.
기꺼. 태풍
전격발
이 정도쯤이야?
닭봉창
Nice. That's pretty good.
네 약점인가? 이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 얻어볼 테겠어. 자본 수감자.
이 정도쯤이야?
내 뒤.
이 정도쯤이야? 자, 악은 이렇게 정화되었네.
그렇게 서 있으면 목 떨어져.
찾지
총알가
못한
떠올라.
Dang, everyone runs away as soon as Bersol goes into phase 2. I think we're safe for now. Something tells me that they're not fighting us at full force. At least we routed them, so hopefully that means something. Where'd Don Quixote go? Hark! For I am here! Don Quixote rushed into my room from the hallway outside. I had gone to SB if the other sinners had suffered as we have. Verily, they were indeed targeted as well. Hold up, the sneeze coming on. Alright, there we go. Oh, jeez. Sneezing a lot today. Most defended themselves well against the curse, and shall be here post-haste, yet. Not everyone survived, huh? Young Sinclair and Yi sang. While it appeareth they had risen and battled, they were caught unawares by our foes. 'Tis likely that their demise came soon after tripping over each other's foot. How embarrassing. And young Heathcliff, he... Isn't that fella a resident mob fight expert? How'd they even get him? They didn't get me, mate. I'm good as new. Heathcliff. What's got you gobsmacked, lass? I recall a blade pierced young Heathcliff in the back of his head. Didst thou turn the clock for him already, Mander Esquire? No, not yet anyway. Are you Heathcliff? Blimey, so that's what this funny itch at the back of my... Wait. Hold up. He was walking around not realizing that he got stabbed? Dang, that's kind of hardcore. Also a little stupid of him. But also hardcore. Heathcliff reached up to rub the back of his head, then crumpled to the floor mid-sentence. Heathcliff's not breathing anymore. He's dead. How'd he even manage to walk all the way over here with a hole in his head? Young Heathcliff! The other sinners are starting to gather, Manager. As pathetic as this force may be, we cannot spare any hands at the moment, Executive Manager. We must also join the others as soon as possible and assist them. There are sounds of altercations coming from the lobby. Gotcha. The clock turns as it always does. Sometime later... Oh, whoa, please hold on a moment. You. I can steal some people inside the lobby, which was also in the bizarre process of melting away. Explain this. Yeah. This one looks different from the rest of them. You can actually see eyes. Among them, I noticed Yashijin clashing against a figure wearing a bamboo hat. Going on the offensive already, huh? How come a big shot in control of a Heisho pack decided to come after small fries like us? And behind the black bamboo hat wearing assassin stood? I see you have tracked me down, so certain of your own safety, but my master has already prepared countermeasures. There stood King Tao as our supposed collaborator who led us here, and Wei who was threatening him with a sword. So you were behind this. Ah, it's you. I sussed out that you've been planning something like this, but you lack the patience to pull it off. You're quite observant. I thought I had completely won you over. Dude, that was really bad. Your acting was so terrible. You must know that at H-Corp there's but one path to survival and riches. Choose a family hierarch candidate and serve them with utter loyalty. But who in their right mind would serve young Master Bao Yu? He who has grown up with no hardship, he who doesn't possess even a single speck of ambition. You shut your bloody mouth, yeah? And you, rich boy! Oi, are you just gonna sit there and let that bloke talk shite to your face? But he's right that I don't have any ambitions. Have you got no self-respect? What do you have anyway? Okay, everyone, shut up for a second. He's obviously taunting you. Stop indulging him. Wei, speak. I know that you have no means to wield a Heisho pack. So speak. Which master did you choose to serve? Who controls them? Ah, so they are curious. Who's speaking? Stay your sword, Zilu. Another unfamiliar voice from the shadows. Young master, are you certain this is wise? Who the heck are you? Worry not. They're destined to be swept away by the morning dew anyway. The trajectory of their fate shall not alter course, were they to witness me. The voice soon reveals himself from the shadows, walking into the light with a casual, assured gait. Seriously? You? I see. You're... Allow me to grace you, ignoramuses, with my exalted name. I am Yi Hua, of the Shi family. You may know me as a very prominent candidate to the throne of the family hierarch. Who are you? I've never heard of you before. I've heard other names. I've seen other people. You're
나를
different.
계속 고용해라. 봉헌의 여러 협객 중 내가 별나게 보일 수 있겠지.
Oh, I ran out of
하지만
Ankefallen.
그 후엔 흑수들보다도
Alright.
뛰어나다는 걸 알게 될 거다. 그때
Oh, now we're back here. Okay.
너와
Let's
나의
get the other
목적이
team
이루어진 후다.
군주가
to clean
나섰다.
this up. Let's use you,
잠시 같이
you,
걸을 테니.
you,
오 필등.
you, and
살아서 돌아갈 수.
then 1,
잠깐.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
완료.
It's the Kaya of Limbus.
사냥감인가. 몸이.
Except Kaya survives. This guy's probably gonna die. Prominent. But of course, I claim control of a branch of the Heisho packs. While you were wasting your time out there searching for the River of Immortality or whatever, I don't even know where I'd even start to refute your brain-dead accusation. This is way beneath me. I don't even want to address you as my senior either. So who is this? Big Brother Juan? Nah, I can't imagine he'd ever be interested in someone like you. What are you talking about? I'm asking whose teeth you I'm asking whose teeth you've been suckling on to gain the control of the Mao branch. Because we both know for sure that there's no way in hell you have the means to control them, right? You little twerp! Are you sure you want to insult my height from where you're standing? He is kind of short though. Not much taller than Jishun. Master Hiwa? It doesn't seem like the mastermind of this operation was actually anyone important. Agreed. I can tell just by the look of that traitor with a physiognomy of a deceiver. Okay, we're using big words here. This is a waste of time. Hey Zilu, cut them all down. The mission was to assassinate them. To meet them in an open battle, to take the lives of hierarch candidates, was not what was agreed upon. What the fuck? Blah blah blah, just shut up and do as you're told. I may fight to protect your life, yet I cannot do more. A Heisho heeds no voices but that of the one who holds their leash. Looks like that Shi Yuwa doesn't even control these guys. There is an apt saying, oft invoked in the East. A fox may pretend to the throne, but only with the blessing of a tiger. Shut up over there! Damn it, this Heisho pack is useless. Can't even get a simple job done. Master Hiwa, the Heisho pack was here merely as a backup plan. Our true strategy involves... true. This is fine. I have other plans to sweep you all away. Ah, I see. That's what we're going to get at. This is the second time this individual has made an odd emphasis on the variation of the word sweep. What, are you saying you bribed the sweepers or something? Maybe, maybe not. While the reactions may appear suspicious, that suggestion is almost an absolute impossibility. The head is at the top of the sweeper's chain of command. In other words, only the head possesses the authority to command them. Really? I thought the sweepers were their own thing. Like, basically a force of nature. Didn't realize the head basically also controlled the sweepers, and on top of the claws and arbiters. Dang, that's actually kind of scary. Right, yeah, of course. Moreover, they are prohibited from touching, let alone entering, any designated residential areas during the night in the back streets. This is a permanent, immutable taboo of the head, one of the very first to be introduced. The effort of going through a myriad of paperwork to ensure that Mephistopheles is recognized as a residential vehicle was ultimately capitalized on this taboo. Yes, it is exactly as you say. What a stupid question to ask, making me anxious out of nowhere. That soured the mood. Come on, let us leave. I had only intended to have them see my face after all. Too bad I won't even remember them in a few days once they all get swept away. Master Yuwa, we best leave before any more unnecessary words are said. Faust is right. These guys are acting way too suspicious to not have some scheme brewing back there. I mean, with everything melting here, this is probably gonna all disappear by the time the sweepers are active. So this would not be recognized as a residential district, the residential area. So overtly suspicious that I'm starting to wonder if they're trying to use reverse psychology on us into walking right into their trap. Well, when surrounded by nothing but uncertainties, there's a solution that usually works. Faust. Hate this twerp's pathetic attempts at the art of puns. It's very, it's not even a pun. He's just trying to use it to make a point every single time he can get. And it's so forced. It's so forced. Faust had intended to make this suggestion first, but it appears that you share the idea. Yep, so Otis. Yes, Executive Manager. We have 12 sinners, Jia Jijun, and Wei on our side. And I don't think the so-called Mao branch are willing to fight. Which means that we only have 3 enemies. Shi Yuwa, our guide, and Zilu, the assassin. We have the numerical advantage, don't we? You always make the most accurate read of the battlefield. What's going on over there? What's that tick-tocking noise? His allegiance is still not listed, and he just kind of like noped out of there. Our former guide seemed to have figured out what our conversation was about, because he took a few slow, careful steps away from Shi Yuwa before bolting off into the distance. Dang, this guy. I've been thinking this all day, but he sure is a fast runner. Oh. What is it, Honglu? Did you remember something? I did. I had a hard time recalling this because he isn't from my family. But I remember now. Your big brother Yuwa from the Shi family, right? He just said that! He just said that! What, were you listening, Honglu? Yes, didn't that guy just announce that himself earlier? Anyways, Honglu, I'm gonna get that guy and beat the motives out of him. Is that gonna be okay with you? He's not from my family, but I'm sure Big Brother Yuwa will be happy to answer your questions. Great! Another thing. As your commander, I should probably say something cool to start off the battle, right? Wow, that's gonna be so cool. Like something straight out of a story. Otis said something like this once. That even if one side has the absolute advantage in battle, the commander's words may be the deciding factor in who wins and loses. So I decided to borrow a few words from a book Honglu once lent me. It was a general who said it, I believe. Destroy them all! Wow, really, Dante? I didn't think we were gonna get straight to the point here. He's gotten a thirst for blood. Such a fraud that Honglu didn't even hear him. Oh, we're only fighting what? Oh, I can see what kind of fight this is going to be. Alright, let me see what we got to work with here. I see we have some unopposed. Alright. I guess we'll meet you first. We'll do that here. Guard that. Crap, you have a skill 3. Sure, we'll go for it. And then this one is over here. Yep. Oh, I think you're gonna lose that one actually. But there's a chance. There is a chance. And then this one is over here. What if I, it's neutral. Yeah, we'll go for it.
내 뒤.
That stagger threshold's pretty darn high. Oh, crap. Lost that one. Nice!
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 단테. 적합한 조치였습니다.
Ooh, very good.
늦으면 내피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
She is so fast. Holy crap. Where is this? Okay, so always attacks 5. Interesting. Well, sorry for the slowest. Do we need to... Oh, I guess we don't need to use skill 3 just yet. We'll save that then. We need to use defense. Honglu is getting attacked here. Okay, I guess we'll have Faust attack that one. And then you, unopposed, here. Then you're this way.
일기당시 분명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자, 누구를 살려보내지 마라.
내 뒤.
You know, I didn't even check their passives. I just kind of went for it. I don't think I need to, actually. This fight's going pretty well. Oh, everyone! All in! All in!
곧 끝장낼 수 있을 것 같은데 소강무자들로 효율적인 마무리를 명령하시오.
승객이 딱 한 번 먹였어.
Ooh, very nice. Let's get them to that second stagger threshold really quick. Oh, wow. Gregor, you're doing a lot of damage. Oh, we passed the second stagger threshold a little bit. No, that's too much. That's too much. Please no. Please no. The last time I heard this music, I had nightmares. No. Why? Why? Fine. Gosh darn it. Wait, why is he here? No, seriously, why is he here? A strange tune crashes through the sound of this fierce battle. Is this EDM? Electronic dance music? Something about it sounds familiar. Yeah, you don't say. Ah, finally. Thanks to the merry chase you led me on, I have slid ever so slightly further into the world of the bristly. Let's see. Title 2, Section 11. Row C. The punishment for those who dare to flee from the middle's retribution begins by tearing their legs apart from the groin. Ricardo, leave us alone! That was 2.5 cantos ago. What is your problem? I will make sure you suffer for all my time you wasted. What the fuck is that blighter doing here? The hell's wrong with you? You've been stalking us all along? Since when is chasing after a thief conflated with stalking? I'll have you know that I'm still banished from the world of the luscious thanks to you who dared pinch my hair coupons. What the hell? Where'd they come from? You guys are just pissing people off left and right, aren't you? Jishun, you know this guy? Zilu, take them out! What an utterly insular fool. What'd you say? Do you not know? That man. What's the middle doing here? Ricardo, a big brother of the middle. The man who slaughtered the sinners like they were nothing. The man who almost forced me to self-destruct. Faust, don't tell me I have to get ready for that again. No, not yet. According to the evaluation data at the LCE, the sinners' powers had grown since their time at the Great Lake. I hope freaking so! Our chance of victory against this individual has risen to a meaningful degree to forfeit the battle before it even begins. By how much? Enough to put our faith in the uncertainties. Alrighty then, enough with the background noise. I don't know what your business is with these thieves, but I personally traveled all the way to the eastern part of the city because I simply must exact my vengeance against them with my two hands. I could have simply informed my brothers in the east and let them handle this, but that just wouldn't do. I was determined to see this through to the end myself, even if it meant asking a great brother of the east for a favor. So you there, Half-Pint and his cute mini entourage, get the hell out of my sight. The Middle's Book of Vengeance comes first. Half-Pint? Keep blabbing that fat lip of yours, minion of the fingers. You don't scare me at all with that cheap hairdo and that garbage as hell botched dye job. You're in the H Corp turf now. I am... Oh, dude, you have no idea what we just did you? You just pissed him off. And that's going in the book. Wow. Just wow. Bloody hell, mate, that's messed up. He's far too observant. He's far too absorbed in his own foolishness to see he's walking into his own demise. Unexpectedly, Ricardo's face wasn't contorted with wrath, even after enduring that barrage of insults. Instead, he looked surprised. A moment of silence followed, during which he seemed to be absorbed in thought. Oh, impressive. You just set a new record. You are the current record holder of how fast I can get written up in Ricardo's Book of Vengeance. Challenge, boy. You did it in 15 seconds. Then, with trembling hands, he reached down to grab his Book of Vengeance, opened it, and began to write something down on the paper. Slowly and deliberately, excuse me. Slowly and deliberately, as though to make each stroke of pen count. Unfortunately, your audacity is terminal. I'll rip your jaws apart myself as punishment. Boys, make sure that this little band of thieves won't get away while I deal with this pipsqueak. What the hell is this asshole talking about? Hey, Zilu! Who the fuck? Actually, I don't care. Stop me if you can. Effective immediately. The punishment for all involved parties and bystanders at the site of your crimes shall be complete and total extermination. I think we can slip away unnoticed in this mess. I don't think we got much of a choice there. Ricardo practically rocketed towards where Zilu and Shihua were standing in a burst of speed. But his henchmen had already begun to slowly surround us as he ordered. Ready your weapons, everyone. Payback time for what happened at the Great Lake. Let's do this. Besides, I gotta score to settle with that son of a bitch. I see even Ishmael is having some flashbacks against that. Okay, I guess let's go ahead and... Oh, it's all this. Do I play this smartly or do I just do whatever? I think we can take him. I think we can take him doing whatever. I mean, it's a little bit, you know, It's probably ill-advised. Check their levels. They're 40! Guys, we're smashing them. But first things first, we gotta get your passives up. Where you going here? Right there.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠.
You stand no chance! We are so much stronger than we were before. Granted, they were really pretty strong when we first met them.
여기가 네 약점인 것으로군.
Alright, now we wipe the floor with. Okay, 3 people on 1, don't do that. Go over here. Who else is attacking? Go over here, and then
처리하지.
we all good. Dang, that feels good. Ooh, you survived.
대성공이야. 가른 신나. 노래 부를까?
Dang, dude, was that supposed to hurt?
답봉참.
Try again next time.
전투 감각 하나만큼은 수감자가 되어도 훌륭하겠나.
시간 끌 것 없이 이제 깨끗이 모조리 치워버리죠.
알아들을 수 없는 말투만
Friend that sims for Zilu.
해서 잡아.
I think I see where this is going. We're gonna fight him for real. I'm ready for him. There was an explosive noise from a distance, and moments later, Ricardo landed before us with a boom. I heard that the Heisho, the East, were a tough bunch, but that lady was something else. So why did a woman like that suddenly split from a fight? Not my problem, I guess. It's getting written down in the book too. Time to take care of what I really came here for. Get ready for a beatdown, coupon thieves. Alright, show me what you got.
뭔가 기분이 좋아
Oh,
보이는 것
hey! There's some new people here, Werner. Who are you? You're different. Alright, let me double check. How do you fight again? Level 60. This is 40. We can mop the floor with him. This is 50. We can mop the floor with him. Level 60 is quite a bit. He did take some damage. What are your passives? All allies, including this unit, heals 10 SP, takes minus 20%. Okay. When ally from the middle is killed, gain +1 coin next turn, max 2. I guess I don't want to kill them. When in panic, recover from panic. Every time a middle ally is killed and is encountered, gain 1 offense level up to max. Yeah, I guess I don't want to kill them. When this unit or ally is hit, middle vendetta mark. What does this do? When attacked by middle, take damage, or take more damage. Begins with 40% less HP, including parts. Yeah, his sanity isn't very high. I can see that. I think what I need to do first, though, is we need to peel these guys off. Over here. Low morale, turn start, gain 1 attack, 3 defense, gain damage based on the amount of damage taken last turn. So he gains more damage the more he's hurt. Okay, respect. Turn start, gain attack up, defense 6 level down, damage up based on the amount of damage taken last turn. So he gets stronger, but also his defense goes down. Increased after winning clash based on clash count. Increased by 10 after this unit defeats an enemy. Increased by 5 after an ally defeats an enemy whose level was higher or equal. If the enemy of the defeated ally was higher than that or equal unit, decreased based on level difference. Ah. Can see why it was bad for sinking. I mean, I guess he does take a lot of... I guess he does power up. But it's not like his rolls are suddenly better. But his rolls are gonna be better in general because he's level 60 and we're 55. I guess on one hand, yes, we can kill his ads, but also that will just make him stronger permanently. So I really don't want to do that. He has unbreakable coins. Yeah, I don't see that. Do these look unbreakable to you? I don't see that. Okay, we're not there yet, but I'll deal with it when we get there. Okay, first things first. Let's deal with you. I guess we can have one unopposed here. So we'll deal with you here. Also, this counter is gonna be a pain in the butt. This is not clashable. This is, what is this? Blunt? Can anyone tank blunt? No, can you tank blunt? Wait, how do I highlight you? There we go.
피로 다스리지.
Can you tank blunt? No, it is fatal. Oh, you can tank it. Let's go. Okay, first hit goes to not you apparently. How do we do this? We'll just do that. I guess we'll just weaken the others a little bit because I can't really do anything with Honglu. So we'll just do that, and then after that, we'll go after the rest of his points. Ooh, that's hopeless. Why is it hopeless? What does this do? No. What does this do? I haven't used this before. Oh, I did not level this up. Why did I not level this up? Use this. It's just neutral. What? I can't use this one because this is too weak. Yeah. Maybe we have you target something else. So you target this one. Oh geez, that's none of those are good. That's neutral. This is hopeless. Let's grab that one. You got nothing. That's not a good idea. Okay. Well, I'll take my chances. Let's go. Oh, that's not supposed to happen. Push him back! Okay, yeah, I had a feeling that was gonna happen.
상정회의의 공격이었으니 이것까지 당신 탓을 할 수
lovely.
설마 알고 맞게
Let's see,
하지
this is the one that we gotta watch out for. How does this work again? He's got his sun... No, he doesn't have the sunglasses, does he? If the main target has +3 middle vendetta, convert all coins into the skill into unbreakable. On hit, inflict bind. Okay, who wants to clash against that? Honglu, you are my not only hope, but you are my best hope. Unless... No, that's not gonna do us any... That's not gonna do us any favors. How about this? Oh, wow, that's actually struggling. That's surprising. Okay. Let's... Dang, none of this is good. None of this is good. What the heck?
내 등 뒤에서 벗어나.
Blunt.
그다지 옳은 선택은 아닐 텐데.
Guess we can divert that, and then everyone else go after this. Okay.
기껏. 내 뒤.
Come on, Honglu.
말로 받았다. 저 해충들을 도려내. 물넘고
Get to that stagger.
방금 건 아무 쓸모도 없었어. 바보.
길을 열어.
Dang, that is stinky.
창의적인 발상이군. 그래도 가급적 전투 중에 떠올리지.
Oh, come on, Ishmael. I chose you to tank that for a reason. I didn't think you would not be able to break through it, and you too. Dang, this little brother
많이
is
떨리고 있어.
trouble.
카룬도 흔들흔들.
Who staggered this time? Oh, Ishmael staggered this time. That's not good. One-sided guard. This is the one that we got a watch out for. Really, that's hopeless. Hopeless. 28? Who can even beat that? Not you. Well, this is bad. How much? Okay, you know what? Hear me out. Hear me out. We just dunk on him. We'll just dunk on him.
내 뒤.
All right, I forgot there's counters. Is he staggered? I think he's staggered. No, he's not staggered. Crap. Oh, he's so close to being staggered. It's fine, we got backup, we got backup.
너를 꼭 살린다.
지금 시계를 돌리기엔 촉박할 테니 다른 수를
Gosh, I just wish our heavy hitters weren't like
쓸모없어진
indisposed right now.
시키는 것도 좋겠죠.
Yeah, I guess let's do that. Would green work? Let's do green. Dang, we have two people who are out of commission.
일기당천.
Doesn't help our DPS any.
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Just a little bit of healing. We just need a little bit of
내
healing.
뒤.
We'll deal with the others later.
내가 너를 꼭 살린다.
Nice protect.
그렇게 시원하게
Who died?
처리하니 이 또한
It doesn't matter.
내가 걸어야만 처리는 빠르게 하는
What does he have?
덜 답답한 법이지.
Defense level down, attack up. Dang, when did he get that? Oh, Honglu died? Crap. Prioritizes vengeance mark. Well, we have no Honglu. This is really bad. This is really bad. Is this all unopposed, really? Well, I don't want to kill him, or maybe it doesn't matter because we're gonna get trounced. Really? Really? I guess I'll take that. That's hopeless. Guess we'll pile on to there. Oh, that is unopposed. I don't want to use Durante though. I want to save that for when I absolutely have to use it. It is not yet time. We can still do this. We can still do this somehow. All right, let's go. No, wait, no, that was wrong. That was wrong. Wait, who's this one going after? Oh, it's going after you. Oh yeah, you can do that. You can block those two. But we do want to attack here.
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
We'll worry about Kanto 8 when we get there, but for now, let's just see how this turns out. I still have the back row, okay? We still have the back row. The back row can still clean up.
내 뒤.
Oh, we're winning?
한눈 팔지 마세요. 맨날은 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
I think I killed one of the ads, but that's something I was willing to risk. Oh wait, why'd you use that ego? I don't think I told you to use that ego. Well, that didn't heal much.
저런 광대 노름은 압도적인 힘 앞에
Well, that +1 coin power is not looking good.
커다란 벽이겠군.
How close are you to stagger? We are staggering not anytime soon, it seems. Yeah, you know what? Does anyone here have a solution? What do we have? Oh! That'll work. Pile on.
빠르게 처리하지.
I'm going all out attack because I have no other way to do this. Come on, stagger! Stagger. Ooh. I think I should kill you. Okay, that's 2 down.
최선을 떼지 말아야 할 겁니다. 가장 먼저 처리해야 할
Alright,
것이
how do we lock in?
송곳니를 드러내고 있으니까.
Yeah, let's go there. Dawn? No, that you're not Dawn, you're Sinclair. Know what? Just... Oh, you have 1 counter. That's okay. Everyone pile in, come on, come on, come on, come on.
그래도
I refuse to use Durante here because if I die, I don't have Durante for the next try. So I may as well do this without
내
Durante.
뒤
자세가 모르겠네.
Come on, counter, counter. No counter, actually. I mean, stagger, 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 please, stagger. Does it refund? Really? I think we all died.
다만
수감자를 고기 조각으로 만들어 봐야 당신만 괴로울.
I thought I was about to stagger you. We did not?
시계를 돌리는 일에 너무 익숙해진 것 아닙니까?
God dang it. Okay, does anyone have a good idea with this group? Nay? Let's see, can we actually rush him like this? Favored. Well, we're down to 5 sinners. And I've been ignoring this guy. But I think someone has to deal some indirect damage to him. And I think it's gonna have to be Heathcliff. No, Heathcliff cannot deal indirect damage. You will deal indirect damage to this guy.
돌격합니다.
Never mind. Not getting the EX bonus, that's okay. I'll do it another time. Remember, we're not striving for perfection the first time around. We're just striving for survival. Perfection can happen later.
승리를 위해서라면
By the way, this is a level 30 Otis. Oh, I just had to stagger him the second time? Really? There's a level 30 Otis. She was not supposed to be there. Oh, wow. Well, it's not. I guess I shouldn't be able to kill him. But I'm surprised I went better than expected. I was expecting a total wipe. Let's see if you got the EX bonus. We'll see after this, yeah. Wait. A shout cuts across the battlefield just as the sudden appearance of Ricardo was making things incredibly more difficult for us. Trust, guys. Trust, guys. I mean, part of it was because I also had the Heisho pack, but I don't know if the Heisho pack helped that much. You know? Still. Huh? Didn't that guy split? What's he doing here laughing his butt off? You finally lost the plot, huh? Failed plan after failed plan takes a toll, I suppose. Oh, maybe that was too much. But I mean, how could I not laugh, right? When after all that, everything comes together perfectly according to my plan. You hear this too, don't you? The sound of the city. The sound of the back streets. Do you hear the sound of crashing waves? Waves? When the sound of battle came to a stop with Shiyuwa's sudden shout, we all suddenly began to notice a low crawling sound of omen that had been swirling under the commotion. Did the entire building finally collapse? Something's melting, regurgitating, or perhaps boiling over. If not, it's seeping. It's siphoning. It's a trace that was at once living and dead. Crashing and breaking, devoid of any recognizable stops, the lines between where it begins and ends blurred. Yes, like waves from the lakes. Current time 03:21 hours. Then it's too late. The night in the back streets. We've never been outside the bus at this hour, have we? In the past, it was past 4 in the morning when we briefly set foot in the outskirts. So no, we have. This would be our second time. Though it must be noted that the time of day was not a matter of concern then, as we were in the outskirts. We're finally getting all swept away like trash. Oh, how I've waited for this moment. What's he on about? Wait, do they not have to worry about the sweepers in the ocean? I guess that would be why Ricardo's confused about this. I guess the lake, not the ocean. You probably can't be possibly thinking that sweepers will somehow break the taboo to help you. Still missing the point, botch purple dye job? Zilu, let us leave to the promised location. Huh? Did he actually scamper all the way here just to gloat at us and then run away? Indeed. Shiyuwa gloated at us with a confident boast as though he was finally ready to face us, only to turn tail again with an unmistakable look of relief. I don't get it. Does he actually believe that the sweepers will help him? Faust? Indeed. Sweepers do not invade residential areas. However, what if what we're standing isn't actually a residential area? What are you talking about? Look, this place has got walls, beds, beddings, and I guess the walls felt weirdly mushy and melty. It wasn't just Rhodia who realized what was going on. Yeah, we should have realized this sooner. The other sinners all began to look around in confusion as well. The walls of Kezan had all but melted away, leaving nothing behind. As though the place we slept the night in was but a house in a painting. Our realization came too late, as the wave-like noise from earlier had already encroached right up to where we were. And unlike the other times, they were simply they'd simply part around the bus. They were cutting straight into the remnants of our lodging. Oh, okay, so they don't recognize us as residents, so they just go through. Ah. So that's what the CG was about. I see. Dang, that's a lot of them. 3, 3, 5, 3. What's going on? Why? There. This is ridiculous. Sweepers, how dare break the taboo so brazenly? Looks like I'll be facing the waves tonight. Well, why do you sound excited about this? I mean, we got to... Let's make some things clear. It's clear that if we do nothing but stand around, they'll sweep us all away. What are sweepers anyway? I don't think they're people, right? I don't remember what happened in Rowena when we faced sweepers. I just remember they weren't really that big of a deal, but they're a much bigger deal here, it seems. Numbers, lots of numbers. Damn it, we have to make our stand here. Ricardo, do you want to help us? Ricardo, do you want to help us? Or are you too hurt to do that?
나를 계속 고용해라. 봉헌의
Let's
여러
see, did I get
협곡 중
the-
내가 별나게 보일 수
Hey! Look! Look!
하지만 그 후엔
I
흑색을
got
보여도
it in
귀환하는
15
날들이
turns.
그때는
got the
너와
EX for
나의
this one.
목적이 이루어진 후다.
Cleared it. Cleared it. Let's go. I don't have to do that ever again.
이번 지휘도 부탁드립니다.
They weren't a big deal because they were only finding in the library. Oh, I guess that's true. Oh! Wow! That's actually pretty epic. Damn!
내가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고
Oh, look at them in the background over here. Hold up, hold up. Can I zoom in? Dang, everyone's fighting. They're fighting the sweepers on their own in the back over here. And then we have our own sweepers over here. And then there are the other sweepers who are just basically ignoring us. That is interesting. That is actually pretty cool. All right, everyone except you get into attack position.
빠르게 처리하지.
Actually, I should look at their skills. I'm kind of curious what their skills are. 2 Shijuns? Yes, 2 Shijuns. Shijun is confused. Why, there's another Shijun on the map.
그렇게 시원
Wait, does Shijun help us? Is Shijun with us?
빈틈투성이군.
대성공은
Oh, Shijun is with us. I didn't notice.
될까?
Darn it, Wei. Why aren't you helping us?
태풍.
Oh, that's a lot of bleed. Alright, let me see what you guys got really quick. Okay, so you have unbreakable coins. What is this persistence? When taking lethal damage, 80% chance to not take damage. Heal 60 HP? I remember that skill. I remember that skill, that card back in Ruina. Reduced damage taken. If anyone died this turn, heal 5%. On kill, heal to the 5%. Heal SP equal to the number of surviving sweepers. When joining after wave 2, enter with 30 SP. There's a second wave. Lovely. Alright, let's go.
불가 위야.
They're really not. They weren't a threat before. But this is also Limbus, where threats from before could come back stronger.
목을 떨고 싶.
They're still about the same as they used to be, though.
고작 이 정도 당뇨의 허덕이다.
Just really annoying to fight. Ah, dang, almost staggered all of them. Do we have any egos that we can pop?
이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱 좋겠어. 4번 수감자.
Blood Fiends absolutely wrecked them, I bet.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지만 나라도 그렇게 바람스러우면 되지. 재빨발 이만한 일이
답봉창.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
빈틈투성.
Yeah, I wish I could get Manager done. I just have to wait for season 9 to or whatever, or I just have to wait for Kanto 9 to show up so I can actually get Manager done. Because I am not rolling for that. I can at least do it with shards, but still not available.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
우와.
And there's wave 2. You look a little different. No, you're about the same. There's just a lot of bleed and heals, but as long as we clash you and win that clash, we're okay. We are okay. Do you have stacks really quick?
잃지 않고 말씀해.
You have stacks still. Do you have stacks?
개인의 꼴물지 마시오. 전장에 전념하시오.
Yeah, let's go with this.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
Hey, Zijun's doing her thing over there. Look at Zijun being potential woman with that purple.
찾지 못한
Zijun's the goat at rupture count. Yeah. Trash disposal is unbreakable apparently.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Alright.
일기당천
Get in there everyone. Let's sweep them. Let's sweep the sweepers.
목을 떨고
How's the middle handling it back there?
튀울 수도 없겠구나. 말로 받았나. 저
I don't think there's anything changing with the middle.
무얼
Ricardo's still doing his best.
시작이 됐어.
없겠구나.
회풍
자세가 뭔가?
찾지 못할
Wait, there's another wave? Oh, this you guys better be the last one.
우와.
Wait, what do you mean this is wave 2? What do you mean this is wave 2? Gosh darn. Okay, anyone want to pop ego for the heck of it? All right, everyone, pop ego. Let's go.
불가 위압. 막아내지 못해.
This is where I wish I had Dawn so she can sweep these guys away. And no, that was not an attempt at a pun. I just did that by accident.
이 스며들 듯한 비 우산이 새진 않으면 모르겠어.
That's a lot of damage. It's an AoE, but still a lot of damage for AoE. Ooh, horse sang.
넘고 수위 넘고 얼마든지 또 제쳐라. 내 앞을
Horse sang mowing everyone down.
다시다. 는 그리할 수 있어.
불보다 지원해.
흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 던졌으니 식구의 하늘 용이 되어 긴 벼로에 남아갔다.
Okay, okay. Not too bad, not too bad.
1타입이 맞지? 카론 스탐해줄게.
Hey, Zijin got a kill. What's the best ID for Heathcliff? Other than Earl King?
하얗고 슬픈 아이들.
Other than the Wild Hunt? That's a tough one. I don't know, actually. So far, he doesn't have any real standout IDs as far as I could tell. Yeah, Wild Hunt's probably the only one. Nothing comes second.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 내가 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
I don't think. Oh, not bad. Not bad damage. Thank you, Scotty Ishmael Scott Ishmael.
우와.
겹겹의 중
카론도
There's still 7 more. Alright, fine. Let's. Normal attacks, everyone. Wait.
자비에 감사하다.
Oh, I thought I didn't see the middle there for a second.
박봉창.
I don't see Ricardo though. The rest of the middle is there, but I don't see. Oh, there's Ricardo. Never mind. He was buried.
우와, 칼음도 깜짝.
See, can we use? Dang, what are we missing? Oh, we don't have any reds.
빠르게 처리하지.
Yeah, that's a still skill comp issue. That's my fault.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
내 뒤.
자세가 모르겠니? 자비에 감사.
No one in this group is angry enough to be able to contribute any red sins. Wave 2 complete. Wave 3 incoming. The battle was long and grueling. Even Ricardo and his henchmen appeared visibly exhausted after the second wave, and this guy actually gets a proper sprite. Big bro, we messed up. We never should have put you through this trouble in the first place. Don't worry about it, kid. You've taken a brother who came all the way from the south and guided him safely through the labyrinth that is H-Corp. I'd say you've done more than enough. No one could have expected what we'd be fighting. The sweepers of all things. If we're able to withstand the sweepers, enemies that could give even the middle trouble, practice makes perfect and perfection makes an expert, huh? I guess Songlu wasn't too off the mark. Man, we would have been long swept away by the horde if we were still new at this. Ishmael, who was taking this brief downtime to check the sharpness of our harpoon, was right. We've been through something like this before. Fighting against an endless horde of enemies, long battles of attrition, this wasn't new. This wasn't new. And that very experience was definitely an edge we had against these enemies. Of course. Can we even handle the third wave at this rate? There was no choice but to withstand it. Nothing was certain just yet. We still had the third wave to survive. I'll carry out your sentences as soon as we survive the third wave. Even when we're all basically in the same boat, that guy just can't help but have it out for us, huh? Why would I ever? Yeah! The third wave begins, and with it, the buildings suddenly began to shift violently. Well, hold on. What's going on? What is going on? What's happening here? Are they flying at us? Are they no, they got tossed. The sweepers are getting tossed around. The buildings are shifting. What's happening? I remembered asking all of you guys to read the damn pamphlets. Buildings inside H-Corp shift every once in a while. I didn't know it would be like this, but still. Fortunately, it doesn't seem that the building we're in is shifting by much, Executive Manager. As soon as Otis finished, an errant building suddenly jutted violently from the ground, rising in a diagonal burst, and struck Ricardo square in the chest, sending him blasting off again into the sky. Well, he didn't blast off again. This is the first time blasting off. He is blasting off though, and he's not gonna bother us for a while. Damn you! I mark my words. This is all going in the books. This is also in the books, dude. We got nothing to do with this. This has nothing to do with us. Ricardo wasn't the only one that got practically punched by a building. Big bro! The henchmen of the middle, who had formed the defensive square to withstand the waves, were blasting off in all directions. Or maybe they were falling? I wasn't sure anymore. What's happening? The movement of the buildings has significantly reduced the enemy population in this area, Dante. This is an opportunity. Now that those irritating bastards are off our backs, I think this is definitely more doable now. I can feel the spirit rising among the sinners. Come on, let's do this. We got this kind of fight. We've done this kind of fight 1,000 times. Probably not too far off, actually.
우와. 다른
Alright, you know what? Let's see, let's use Ego over here just because I can. You can't use Ego. Let's use one here. Actually, I don't think that does a whole lot of damage, so we're gonna ignore that. Let's use this one. Nope, let's not use that one. Let us use this one. And we good. Let's go.
도끼를 본다.
Oh, stop that.
도려내라.
이제 깨우치시게.
묘야. 길을 열어.
Dang, there is so much stuff going on just in the scenery. It is pretty hype though.
흐릿한 등화. 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한해 용이 되어 빈 벼로에 나왔구나.
Not bad. Could do a little bit more.
하얗고 슬픈 얼굴.
Dang, the damage of the guns are all over the place. I wonder if insanity wasn't high enough. Shijan, no! Oh, she's evading.
이제 깨우치시게.
Oh, she had 2 skill slots. Nice.
사정없이 몰아갈 터치. 찾지 못할.
우와. 사람도 깜짝.
이제 깨우치시게.
Dang, this music.
빈틈 투성이고. 스틸레터. 여기가 네 약점인.
내 뒤.
Right, those were unbreakable. Right.
탑봉창. 터치. 찾지 못할.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 내가 당신에게
Ooh.
파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Zishan cleaned up. Nice, Zishan. Nice. Survived! Not victory, but survived. That's an interesting one. Was that the last of them? Well, it's not the last of us. Current time is 04:24 hours. About 10 minutes until the night in the back streets end. But we can relax now, given that we survived the third wave. The buildings are also no longer shifting. Stability has been restored. We did it, Executive Manager. Bloody hell, finally. think it's the only time that comes up other than that stage in MD. I see. The sinners all collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. Hey, you survived! You survived the sweepers. At least you know they never get stronger, really. That's really about as strong as they get. There was a Kazan here, but it's gone now. Despite the fact that we haven't moved at all from our initial positions, there wasn't even a trace of it having been here. We realized that we'd been relocated on top of a roof, as though we had all just awakened from the dream of sleeping in a building that never even existed. That was one hell of a battle, man. I thought I was done for. That is killing me. I don't know if we could have survived that if that hair-obsessed loon wasn't here to draw some of them away. Yeah, I guess we've got something to thank him for. So that's all they got in a head-on battle. Art thou acquainted with these foes, young Ryoshu? OFC. I've heard of them. Of course, really. Their scent of blood twas faint, but it cannot be. No. 'Twould be best not to linger overlong on this thought. Why not? Dig deeper. Letting ephemeral inspiration slip through your fingers is a death of creativity. I said I won't linger on it. Don't rush me. Whatever. Ryoshu's not scared of Dawn, but she does know when to not push her. Guys, now's not the time to bigger. Ryoshu and Don Quixote's words were indeed unnerving, but we'd have plenty of time to discuss that once we return to the bus. If we can return in one piece. Chi-Yu-Wa. I'll be frank, that was impressive. I thought for sure you'd have been long swept away by now. Chi-Yu-Wa must have been waiting somewhere nearby to watch us die, because it did not take long for him to reappear before us. Perhaps they agreed upon a new deal while we were fending off the waves of sweepers. The Mao, Branch, and Zilu were both approaching us in an intimidating gait that contrasted with their earlier passivity. Damn it. Executive Manager, we've had too many high-risk, high-fatigue battles in succession. I hate to offer such disloyal advice, but it may be wise to avoid this battle at all costs. That don't seem like an option to me. I look around. Where would we even run away to? We're on a frickin' roof. Most of the sinners were either dead, trampled, and chopped to small, unrecognizable pieces. They were barely holding on at best. Okay, that was a weird way to say that. I can bring them back, I always do. But when they've completely surrounded us, I don't know if I can bring them back in time to protect me. They might just cut the sinners down as soon as they get back up. Well, this was well within my predictions. I can simply finish off anyone that hasn't been swept away. Now, a stage is set for my ascension. From the next 10 minutes, no sweepers, let alone anyone, is coming here. You know why? Because who in their right mind would leave their homes when the night in the backstreets is still ongoing? And looks like even that annoying idiot of the middle's been taken care of too. Somehow. You, how much of this was in your plan? I'm pretty sure this was basically improv. How much you ask? The whole thing, of course. All the way back to that construction site that blocked your path. The one who deceived that unscrupulous fool of your company? It was me! The one who put the pitiful King Tao, who doesn't even have a family name, with you? It was me! The one who contracted the Tri-X office to challenge you for a duel? It was me! And guess who it was that relayed your real-time location to all kinds of forces in the district? Yes, it was me! And this trashy lodging without a residential permit? All devised by none other than yours truly using Q-Corp's technology. I see. Oh, it's so good. It was so good, wasn't it? What a perfect strategy! What did you think? Aren't I great? Aren't I so utterly clever? That is exactly why I deserve to be the next family higher. A folly to speak those words. Who is this? I see boots. An unfamiliar voice echoed from the dark. There was neither animosity nor hospitality, only utter serenity and nothing else. The speaker approached us, walking under the narrow ray of moonlight that shone between the shifted buildings. Ah! Okay, this guy died already. I guess nice knowing you? Dang. Beheaded on stream. In his hand was a decapitated head illuminated by the pale light. Blood dribbles from the severed neck, and the wide open eyes remain frozen in its final moments, filled with utter terror. He walks towards us, in step with the drip of the blood. It can't be. Jiaqiu? I knew you was working for someone. It was him. Why do you have King Tao's head? Brought back the wayward pet to his master, that may once again be leashed. There is a serpent, my lord. Leave it. We need to chew it away. What? You were loaned the Heisho pack so that you may simply get in their way. No more. I see. Was there a sudden change of heart once you held the leash in your hands? That to return to the Shi family's side would be to your benefit? No, you knew everything all along? What, I might ask, is everything to you? Your vision is too limited for my lord's wisdom to comprehend. The wise fails to peer through the narrow-sighted eyes of the fool. But if by everything you refer to how you feigned abandonment from the Shi family to secure my lord's trust. Indeed, it could be said that we do know everything. Don't kill me, please. Please don't kill me. I'll share with you my most guarded secrets. At the Shi family, right, the 10 Blades of the East, the thumb... And he didn't last even the Intervallo. Bye-bye. But Shi Yuhua could speak no more. For a serpentine blade struck from the umbra and separated his head from his torso with ease. Little Yuhua, have I not warned you time and again to guard your tongue against the creeping desperation? I believe that we have gathered the intelligence we had hoped to collect, my lord. You needn't pursue the serpent, Zilu. His voice boomed as he commanded those who appeared to be his officers. The tall-built man took a ponderous step from the shadows and stood before us. With an enigmatic expression, he wordlessly looked at Yihua's decapitated head, now lying on the ground, then at us. It was as though he was gazing upon the clouds or blades of grass. I shall take them with me. He picked up Yuhua's decapitated head before gesturing at his officer with a nod. Here it is, my lord. Wrap their heads with stasis wraps, and decomposition won't set in anytime soon. And with those bandages, he begins to wrap them up in a practiced motion. He does not pay us any heed, as though we weren't even worth the attention. Return to me once you are finished here. Yes, my lord. Hold on. You can't just show up out of nowhere and... He looks almost annoyed. It's like, what? This is like so beneath me. I don't even need to be here. Kind of thing. He did not reply. His eyes gazing, yet reflecting nothing but hollow emptiness. And just as he had emerged from the darkness, he vanished into the shadows, carrying 2 decapitated heads. And that is it. Or super angry? Yeah, I guess also angry. Annoyed and angry are basically almost the same thing.
또 한 줄
Alright,
길을
well,
남겼군.
there he shows up. Oh, is the next one the last one? That's pretty quick compared to the previous one.
세월이
So there's
지나면
no distortion here. Oh,
홍은
sorry.
그제야 알게 되겠지.
So there's no distortion here. It's really just the sweepers, Ricardo,
뭘 바꾸었는지를.
and yeah, I guess. I think it's a shadow and his face is always there. I think it's because he always has to like look downwards that there's always a shadow on his face. So that's probably why he looks so intimidating. He's also big, so that also helps. Things weren't looking any better. I could instinctively tell that they were different from anyone or anything we've faced in Hongyuan so far. I don't suppose our Lord left them alive only for us to slay them. Then perhaps it would be apt that I introduce myself as it is common courtesy to do so. Call me Zigong, but I am but a humble student of my Lord, Master Qi's teaching. Q? My Lord, Master Q. How do you say this name? Somehow I was reminded of the discussion King Tao refused to finish. For when the far one comes, betwixt the burnt doors shall a star fall astray. As for the song, it's a song that's become rather popular in the backstreets in the recent months. This is not the place to discuss such matters. I will share the tale in a more appropriate setting later. Should we come across it. And it didn't, because you died. Name's Dante. I'm their manager. I decided to speak up, struggling through the pressure. I instinctively knew that we had to find out as much as we could about that man from earlier. They introduced themselves as Manager Dante. I see. Your candidness is appreciated. Zilu, withdraw the Mao. It seems that we need not contend with them at the moment. Very well. Oh, very well. It seemed that they had the very same thought about us. Now, is that sufficient proof of our intent to engage in a brief discourse? To discuss some matters with you to mark a courtly ending to this encounter should be of benefit to us for the prospects of our future. So, ask away, as they say. So... That's when Xia Zhijun stepped forward, after having retreated from the domineering presence. So that's what the suspicious songs I heard in the backstreets were about. It's about you guys, wasn't it? So are those lyrics true? Ah, so that is what you wish to know. Zhijun of the Jia family. It is said that you possess talent in rhetoric, yet walk a path beclouded by concern and anxiety. Truly, your insignificance precludes your part in greatness. Insignificance? Are you calling her short? Or something else? Wei, don't speak for me. I would have been the first to say anything if I thought she was wrong. Yes, my lady. Shi Yuwa. You're the one who sent him after us, right? Close yet not exact. He was an agent of the Shi family, sent to spy on my lord's doings. We had bestowed him control of the Heisho pack, for we had found his conduct shallow, and saw a means of learning more of the Shi family's machinations. Yet it seems that once granted power, the boy mistook himself for a man with a wherewithal to represent the Shi family. So you used him, just as he sought to use us. Though he was quite shallow in his strategy compared to our own. So what now? I don't think you're looking to kill us, right? Now, nothing. Do whatever it was that you had sought to accomplish here. Okay, hold up. I just had to sneeze really quick. You're letting two of your master's rivals go just like that? What a strange thing to say. Look around as I might, I fail to see any rivals here. Then... Why'd you order Yizhua to attack us? You said it yourself, we're not even your rivals. The manager inquires why you commanded Yizhua to carry out this assault against Limbus Company. They fear, yet they seek to gain understanding through that fear. Because we face the fear. Protect the ego, or whatever. Yet they remain wanting in a certain perspicacity. Whatever that means. My lord has always said that if one learns not from a plight, then no discourse with them shall bear fruit. Instead of giving me a straight answer, Zhigong left me with the only opposing comment before she brushed past us. I have given you courtesy enough. It is a good time for us to depart. Now do stay nicely within your borders, as you have remained there thus far. I would greatly despise an odd splash of ink marring the great painting. With that, Zhigong walked into the shadows cast beneath the forest of buildings. Zilu and the Countess Heisho had surrounded us, also disappeared with them. That had surrounded us also disappeared. Finally. I looked around just in time to see Otis collapse, while the rest of the sinners lay dead or barely clinging to life. And there was Xiaxi Jun, who had collapsed to the floor as well, and Wei, who was tending to her wounds, and me, who somehow survived through all that without getting decapitated. And the night that put us through multiple brushes with death came to an end. The day breaks. Yeah, and that's pretty much everything that's happened. That big brother Q, I need a pronunciation guide, but then again, I don't have to pronounce this later when Kanto 8 comes out. I see. Once the day broke, we decided to take a quick walk outside to recover a little from the exhaustion of the night. I guess Hong Lu died with everyone else earlier, otherwise he would have talked to Big Bro. It was also to decide our course of action from here on, and we also had to decide if we want to travel with Xiaxi Jun, with whom we shared our destination. Hello? Did you forget how to make a concerned face or something? How are you maintaining that irritating poker face through the whole conversation? Of course not. Classic Jia family secrecy, huh? Always hiding something, and I bet you are too. If you are, you better spit it out now. I don't have the time to casually stroll about with my to-be enemy. Shijun, as I have always said, the seat of the family hierarchy is of no... Fine, even if you're lying. I do know that you haven't prepared anything for your assignment anyway. Changing the subject? Jia Shijun, who was chatting with Honglu, methodically slowed down enough to walk right next to me, as though she was executing steps of a plan. You lead my brother's faction, don't you? About what I wanted to talk to you earlier. I guess I do? For now, I guess. Earlier? Oh, is this about a conversation back at the Kazan? Brother, translations please. Of course. Dante is unquestionably our manager. Great. Let me make a proposal then. Become my faction for the duration of the family hierarchy evaluations. Help me out. What? It's, can we do that? Can we do that? Why not? You guys managed to stall even the sweepers. That means you command a formidable force. Besides, you're headed to the family mansion anyway, aren't you? You just don't know what to do once you get there. And as for competition... Well, my brother doesn't care about the whole thing anyway. So why don't you join me? Help me become the family hierarch. I'm not like our other older siblings. I always pay my debts, whether that's for a favor or for a grudge. If you can't trust me, I'm happy to make a written... Can we do that, Faust? Is that okay? Faust deems Jiaxijin's plans, her explanation of it at least, rather flawless. Having such an ally at the apex of a wing will be a great boon to Limbus Company as well. I guess so. Then I don't see any reason to refuse her offer. Hong Lu, who's been listening in on our conversation, boiled the discussion down to a clearer explanation and related to Jiaxijin. Perfect. It is said that formation of alliances should come with a grand banquet to mark the occasion and to cement the upcoming coalition. The banquet's on me. Once we get closer to the central zone, let's find a nice Kezan to discuss our future ventures together. You're Dante, right? Let's make this thing work. Yay, Shijun! We get to actually be with her. Yeah, sure, let's. I was still bewildered by the turn of events, but Jia Shijun reached out for a handshake with such earnestness that I found myself almost drawn to shake her hand in return. Now that I think about it, that's the first time we ever made ourselves an ally that wasn't specifically selected by the company, huh? And one that's actually kind of, probably not out to kill us eventually. Well, if that's the case, I really hope we can have at least one ally who doesn't meet a terrible end. Spoilers, she survives. I saw the Intervallo that I could not do. After the banquet, we walked out of the Kezan to find the Mephistopheles waiting for us in the middle of the road. Wow, man, I never thought about it. But now that it's just standing like this in the middle of the street, it really stands out, doesn't it? Is this your usual ride? I mean, it does look a little weird. You can't tell if it's a bus or a train, but it's most certainly a bus, apparently. Glad to see that you're all safe. Sod and Pilot walked out from inside the bus. So did you guys take care of the business? The middle of the street? No, not the middle, no. The side of the street. I have more pressing things to talk about. Listen well. Do you have any idea how much trouble your subordinate's little connection... Yes, Miss Faust already gave me a report. Pilot? Oh boy, yes ma'am. By the way, he's awkwardly stepping forward. He probably already got a hell of a talking to from Sod. Real mighty sorry about that, y'all. I've only ever been a part of eradication missions, never in this espionage business, so... Pilot? What did I say about mixing excuses into an apology? Forget what I said. Real mighty sorry, for real. This King Tao guy approached me and sweet-talked me into going along with that plan of his. So I got too cocky, assuming that I knew better than my seniors. I'm sorry too. I forgot he's still a new guy in the business. Of course he'd be prone to making these mistakes. Looks like we'll be both writing letters to explain our failure together, huh? You're both getting disciplined for this? I mean, technically, because I guess he's still under training and you're the boss. You're the trainer, I guess. The disciplinary action is unlikely to be anything of significance. The LCB team came out unscathed, all things considered. However, it is likely that they may have to work for half a year without pay. Oh, half a year without pay is too much. How are they gonna eat? We'll consider a win if all we're getting is a dock pay. Next time, I do promise. Next time, I'm gonna get real good at this job. I'm gonna become someone who can actually provide good assistance, y'all. Of course, Pilot. You really should. In fact, you'll have no choice but to become a contributing member of the team when I'm done with you. Let's really get to it, huh? No one's dying or getting fired under my watch as long as I'm their manager. I'll make sure of that. Yeah. Oh right, almost forgot to tell you, Sod. It's real important business stuff. Going forward, we're gonna... Oh yeah, I was going to bring that up sooner or later. We just got the orders from the LCA. Saad produced a small device from her pockets and began raiding from it. Upon arrival at the central zone of H Corp, the LCB will participate in the family hierarchy evaluation with a candidate. Where we're going to anyway? Now this bus team's faction is gonna be my... The LCB will present the following sinner as their chosen candidate. Oh. Okay. I guess Hong Lu is doing this whether he wants to or not. Sinner number 6, Hong Lu. What? What do you mean, Finn? What do you mean, Finn? We're not done yet. We just got started. Excuse me? What? You can't do that. What the hell? You, all of you. You're gonna make me throw up. You're gonna make me throw up everything you just ate, you assholes. Hey, we got nothing to do with that. Dang. Dang, that's not our fault, okay? Hold up. I gotta try something here. Let me see. No, that's not it. That's not it either. Oh, I guess I can't do it here. Crap. Anyway, that's fine. I guess that was the end of it. And we're in Kanto 8 proper. Okay, let me get out of this box. This box is a little bit too small. Okay, there we go. Why are you trying not to laugh, Dante? Dante is a little bit stunned. I guess we can still help out Jaehyun. We can still help out Jaehyun, but we also still have Hong Lu to deal with. It's his Kanto. He's got to go through this apparently, whether he likes to or not. And we can't exactly go against the company for reasons unknown to it. I guess we're still hired by the company, but 6 months no pay is actually really bad though. Equates to low mid-tier office work. How are they gonna eat? Yeah, I don't know how it works in most places, but getting a pay doc really isn't something that most people go through for disciplinary action. For like, if they had to go through some disciplinary action, it's not that. I guess in some cases you would have to go. You would have to be sent home, with, like you would have to be sent home and you can't get paid then. Maybe you can still take PTO and stuff like that. But in general, I think that's a Korea and Japan thing. Because I have heard stories in Japan where they do dock your pay as a disciplinary action temporarily. I don't know by how much, but I don't think it's also 6 months worth of no pay. So I don't know how that's gonna happen. Hopefully nothing's too expensive in the city. Then again, this is the city, so hopefully they have some savings that they can use in the meantime. Oh boy, that's gonna be rough. But yeah, I really was hoping the Kanto would go fairly smoothly. Not the Kanto, the Intervallo would go fairly smoothly. I'm surprised though that there wasn't any distortion. Do we usually just only get one distortion per Intervallo? I think so, right? It's just one distortion. We already got through that distortion and the check up. But we didn't get one in this one. Though we had Ricardo, which, you know, I'm so glad I don't have to fight him again off stream. But yeah, at least Ricardo was survivable, even though we had to basically, I had to basically just go after him. In ways that I don't usually would, like just going straight at him when normally I would clash everything, what is usually not part of my game plan. Usually I clash everything for survival, but I guess we just didn't have that option when we were getting killed, and the stagger thresholds were just right there. Gonna have some trouble with 830. I'm prepared for any trouble that comes my way. I had a little bit of trouble in Kanto 7 when I was fighting Sancho. I managed to get through that through the skin of my teeth though, so I'm hopefully the same thing happens here in Kanto 8. But we're gonna pick up with Kanto 8 next week. What is next week? Oh dang, we're getting close to Christmas. But I think, yeah, we should be able to keep doing Limbus stuff in the next few weeks, even with the holidays upon us. At the very least, it should be a little bit doable, especially with Christmas and New Year's and like this 2 days after them. So yeah, I think we should be able to do that. Also, for anyone for the Blue Archives, I think we should be able to do that also. We'll see. I'm gonna have to like also see if I'm gonna have to be called to any gatherings and whatnot. Yeah. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everyone. I appreciate you being here, and I'll see you all next time. Other than the usual gacha streams next week, we will be also checking out some new stuff, some new games I've been trying to go through. Can we do a Christmas special when it's Christmas Eve or such? I don't think I'll be able to do a Christmas special, depending on what I'm doing, because honestly, even if I'm just here and I'm not like attending any family functions or anything like that, I still encourage you to do something for yourself for Christmas Eve and Christmas. Spend time with family if you can, or do something for yourself. I don't want to be the reason to take you away from them. I should say that to myself also, but my family is far away, so it's a little bit tougher for me. But I also don't want to be the reason to take anyone away from their own family. So yeah, do the holidays, and we'll meet after the holidays when those times come. New Year's, on the other hand, I might do something for New Year's. I usually do, but budget's a little tight, so maybe we'll do something else. We'll do something else. I usually try to cook for New Year's, or find something that, man, I could maybe make some burgers for New Year's. I don't know. We'll see. Ooh, actually, I have an idea for New Year's now that I think about it. I will keep that as a surprise. Let's see. New Year's plan. New Year's plan. I just hope my room... I've had issues with doing some things in my room recently where it would trip the power. So that's gonna be a little tough. I'm gonna see how it's gonna work. Should try Once Human. What's Once Human? Let me see what Once Human is. The first thing I'm seeing about Once Human is apparently Once Human is having a collab with Palworld. Oh, it's a multiplayer online survival game. Oh, it's one of those things. I see. I'll think about it. I'm not gonna say outright no. It's usually not my thing though. Open world survival stuff, usually not my thing. But the Palworld, what do you call this? Collab is funny. F76 but free. I don't know what F76 is. What is F76? Oh, Fallout. I see. Why am I Okay, why is this showing up on my search bar? I didn't even type anything in. And for some reason, on my popular searches, okay, is a game by the name of Fox Sex Farm. I literally, for some reason, it came up in the popular searches, and I don't know what that's about. And I don't know why I shared that. I just thought it was funny. Interesting. All right. Anyway, we're gonna end for tonight. I'll see you guys next week. We will be streaming other stuff also, other than the gacha stuff. So thanks again for dropping by, and I'll see y'all later. Bye bye.